Hello there. We're still county down, but I thought maybe I would just be up on the mic while we do that. Hey Nin, BFA, Rudy, Grippus, Pobes. Television, thank you for 71 months. Appreciate it. How y'all doing today? This is just pretzel. There you go. Pretzel being the music player. Oh my gosh, you got that OLED already? I think there's a lot of mods for the interface, actually. Someone else was talking about that last night, I feel, in chat. So this is a special playlist that I have just for the Scrad Survivors. Like, it was just songs that I collected while I was developing the prototype that I felt like, yeah, these are the right vibe. Damn, that rocks, television. Yeah, honestly, like, for me, the Steam Deck is such a sort of... I regard it as a shiny bauble type item for myself, because, like, I have a gaming PC, I am a hermit, it doesn't make tons of sense. Like, it's not something I need, but... After I got Nakomi one for Christmas, and also, for anybody who doesn't know, immediately gave it to her because I am bad at Christmas. The allure is stronger than it was, and I'll bet the OLED one is even better. I know that I was blown away by the OLED screen on the Switch. Well, you see, the problem with our Christmas, Rudy, is by the time Christmas actually rolls around, we don't have anything to give each other anymore because we are ridiculously impatient. So then it feels like Christmas is empty, like nothing to exchange. Oh wow, yeah, that's that's a long time coming. That's also different for me since I'm Mr. Collector guy, and therefore, like, every device is a shiny bauble to me, right? I saw a few of our coders are here for the code review. I'm trying to steal my nerve. I'm already embarrassed I'm not even showing code yet. Dav pinged you? Where did this all happen? Did this happen in the Discord, or is this PMs? Yeah, nothing happening in the Discord. Yeah, you know, I deserve to be harshly judged. I'm one of those people who thinks that, like, everything I do is bad, because I have this, shitty brain. But no, I don't know what I don't know has me fucked up, basically for life, essentially. Like, everything I write, I just know that, like, there's some better thing, and so I always feel very, like... even if it's, like, a really simple thing, I'm just like... I'm sure I've done this horribly. But it's amazing I'm functional. It's amazing that I actually get anything built, because it's like, how can you think this way and then do anything? But yeah, I'm open to whatever today. Yeah, I mean, I know. Obviously, like, I mean, my day job is having to, like, definitely let go of any sort of perfectionism. Like, it's all, like, we have limited time to get shit done, and sometimes you have to just build a big pile of garbage and then climb on top and crown yourself. While you tell the client, like, hey, it's working now. No, don't look at that. Don't look at that either. You see this part? This part is working perfectly. You're good. You just definitely don't do anything different from what you were previously doing. But it is working. The other thing is I'm in a little bit of a transitional phase right now where I've been, like, trying to learn a lot of stuff in a short period of time, and then just to complicate things even further, I've decided to change my entire environment and my approach to many things. I'm in a weird time right now. Yeah. I'm trying to become a Vim Lord. A lot of this, I'm basically speedrunning a lot of stuff, either intentionally or unintentionally, because I was out of development for so long. You know, I only really got back in the workforce a few years ago. And then my time in the workforce before that was, I'm just going to go ahead and call it insane and bizarre. So my perspectives on everything is typically really fucking weird, because I didn't at any point go down anything like a sort of typical path, you know, like for development or for like having a career or anything. It's all fucked up. All of it is fucked up. Yeah, I probably shouldn't say this, but y'all on a good run right now. Y'all on a good run right now. You're deep into the 10-minute mark. I think you're gonna make it. Oh, I am a web dev. Okay, that's too vague. I am primarily a front-end web dev on majority Shopify type stuff. So not back-end very much. I am a spider. And I work at an agency, which typically tends to be like it's essentially a non-stop gauntlet that's always, that's always on. It has been quite good for like honing my skills and kind of getting back on the horse as far as stuff goes. But yeah, I'm definitely not so much a back-end guy. I probably could be, but I would need to get a lot more experience in that area. At any rate, lots of JavaScript, lots of HTML and CSS, and well, Sass, and Liquid because it's Shopify. I have been in a mode lately, though, where oh, congratulations, you win. Congratulations, you win. I have been in a mode recently where I'm really looking to expand my horizon so much. You don't want to bother with a lot of framework stuff? You mean like, what, like React and Vue and I don't know what else? I'm not really a frameworky dev. Just... It has not, like, when I was in my sort of hiatus from development, obviously I missed a lot of stuff, and the JavaScript frameworks were a lot of what I missed, right? I wasn't in the game when React and Vue and Angular, well, Angular predates, and I think is also kind of like older. Yeah, jQuery. Yeah, jQuery had its place. I was using a lot of jQuery. Again, like for me, like timelines that anybody would understand are pretty compressed. I basically got back into actually working on development about almost 4 years ago now, I guess. And so I've completely, like, I don't write any jQuery now. But I have had to work on a lot of stuff that has jQuery. When you work on client stuff, and especially when it's like you're going into somebody else's code base a lot of the time, and it just is whatever it is. I'm very much a vanilla JavaScript guy now. I like working on vanilla JavaScript. Yeah, I think that people don't really like Angular. But I think Angular's kind of dead, right? Wasn't it usurped by stuff like React and Vue and whatever? Where my code at? Where my code at? Oh no, Zik is here as well. I hate how whenever I set out to do this, by the time it's time to do it, I feel like I want to tell everybody, okay, now close your eyes. Don't look at the screen for a minute, and then I just leave. Yeah. I honestly, I'm not anybody who can really have a big opinion on frameworks. No, you're fine, Sick. I'm being like sheepish about showing my garbage here. But yeah, like I'm not in any position to have like big opinions on frameworks and stuff. Yeah, I think everything, there's upsides and downsides. And it really depends. I also think that like there's so many different platforms and environments too, where in some places, depending on how it's being used, it could be really great or really awful. Like one thing that's really, really popular that I never really cared for is like Tailwind, for example. A lot of people really like Tailwind. I don't. And I definitely, I've talked about this before. I have this perspective that I think a lot of people just are so invested in hating HTML and CSS that they go out of their way to not directly write HTML and CSS. But what I find personally is that the resulting work is, like the resulting code, I think is a lot more cumbersome and more difficult to work with and maintain. Like with Tailwind, in particular, one thing I really, 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 really don't like is essentially like if you're familiar with Bootstrap but you're not familiar with Tailwind, my impression of Tailwind, I want to say this is one of the shortest turnarounds I think I've ever had on a library or technology or something, where I went in, I was like, I went through the process, like I don't get it, and then I got it, and then I was like, oh wow, this is really cool and awesome, and then had to deal with it in production, and I was like, oh boy, this sucks. This sucks. I don't like this. Get it away. And I would say this happened to me over the course of I don't know, like a week, less than. But so like, how do I explain this? Like Bootstrap, if you're not familiar with that, Bootstrap was just a CSS framework essentially, and JavaScript for front end only essentially. So it had a lot of pre-designed, idealized components, and you could just use classes to handle things like a grid layout, and so you would have to do like a lot of classes. You would do divs or whatever, right? And then you would say like, to be honest, Bootstrap has kind of left my head because it's so, like, for me it's like antiquated, far in the past stuff. But you would say like, this is a container, and this is a row, and then you would do like call size span or whatever, like that was sort of the structure of classes, so you could do a grid layout that way, and then it would just be handled for you because it was already in Bootstrap, it was in the library. The way, and then just lots of stuff like that. Sorry, like that's such a minimal explanation of Bootstrap. It had things like buttons ready to go, right, with different classes for meaning different things. Like you could do button as a base class, and then you could do like an additional class to make it a particular theme or function or whatever, like button primary, and it would be like already ready to go for you, right? It's the same button but green, or whatever. They had alerts. You could do alerts warn, alert error, alert info, and they would be like colored and laid out, and everything was just kind of done in that respect. And then the idea is then you would customize on top of that, right? You'd have these base components ready to go. You just put some classes on, boom, they're done, and then you could style on top of that. And Tailwind is sort of like, my impression of it was that it was like Bootstrap inside out, where you could build the framework yourself, essentially. You could build your own Bootstrap. You're still using like classes, that like these Tailwind classes that you're putting everywhere, but it didn't have the super strict enforced structure of Bootstrap. I'm probably not explaining this very well. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. Tailwind's like a more customizable or like bits and pieces. It's just like broken apart Bootstrap. Anyway, the reason I don't like it is because the debugging process is a horrific nightmare. To do anything, you have to put the Tailwind class on things all over the place. And then to undo that thing, you can't like go back to like some global source. Like with CSS or Sass or whatever, you're building out a structure of styles. And they can be scoped or not or whatever. It's like how you design and plan from the beginning, how you've done it, right? And oftentimes you'll have something where like you'll have some global classes across the project and you'll have specific classes to certain components and but you know where to go to make a change. And that change may be something that affects things across the project. But with a class-based framework like that, it's affecting just that one thing, and you have to remove the class to change it or add a class to change it. And then if you're using that all over the place, you have to go wherever it's used and do that. And that's not great unless you are using like something more like React, really. If you're using like a component-based framework, then you're going to be in better shape because it really will be just one place, hopefully, where that component is coming from, and therefore one particular instance of that collection of classes. But if you're not using a framework or something like that, and you have something that's more like page templates, blah, 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 like just where these things can be used in a lot of different places and they're not necessarily reused, oh my God. It gets out of control. It gets so out of control. And I don't like it. I don't like it. But again, that's my experience in working on a platform and in environments where, in that case, that stuff is not, things aren't like React, where everything in React is like this little component that's being spit out, and therefore the classes aren't as spread out all over the place. I still think that's inherent with Tailwind, though. Even in that case, you still would have to go chase down everywhere that the classes are used, rather than having your styles as more of like your own planned out and designed library of style. But yeah, I think a lot of that is just due to people really want to avoid ever even having to write CSS, which I think is personally kind of antiquated at this point because it's so vastly improved now from what it was. It feels like a lot of that sort of opinion is coming out of like a decade ago or more, and it's so much better now. But I am still sort of like, I'm not on the bleeding edge of anything that's going on in the world of web dev. But I am learning. I am trying to catch up bit by bit by bit by bit. Sort of, JC. What happened is that I had a job where I really didn't know Shopify stuff. And I got that job, and then that job for me was like just being thrown down the well of learning as much as I could, as fast as I could about all that. And I think I did okay. But I didn't get anything advanced out of that first job. I didn't know really better ways of building your development environment around developing for Shopify and so on. And then my current job, it was like being thrown down the well again, because I knew surface level, But where I ended up was there was actually like development structure and like a good development environment approach to doing Shopify development and blah, 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 blah. So I had to learn all of that super quickly. It did make me think like, man, if I knew all this stuff when I had my previous job, I could have killed my previous job. But whatever. Plain CSS is back again. Nice. Well, hopefully not plain CSS. Let's have some Sass. Can we have some Sass? Let me have mix-ins and let me have let me have modules and stuff, please. Let me have that. One thing I've noticed is that there seems to be, I don't know, like, I feel like, oh, nesting is native. I didn't know that. I'm a little slow on picking up on what, like, the latest standards are, by the way, as you may have noticed. I didn't know that that was available. Yeah, I love nesting because I like to do well-scoped styles, you know? I mean, I define globals, but even then, I scope the globals. I really, 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 really don't like styles that are unscoped. I hate that. I hate it, especially, and again, this is like maybe one of those things that's a little bit specific to my perspective or whatever, but it's really obnoxious when we have to go and do work inside of somebody else's code base, and it's just a total nightmare of unscoped JavaScript and CSS that's just applying to any, like, they're just putting it on, like, fuck, man, there was this one where they had JavaScript that just didn't give a fuck. Just front end, it was jQuery as well. And they weren't using IDs or even classes or anything to, like, specifically deal with certain things. They just had it blasting on, like, is this a input with name quantity? Okay. Is it one of ours? We don't care. We're gonna fucking just replace it with some bullshit that we made up. We're literally gonna delete it without looking around to check what we're doing, and we're gonna just inject this bullshit we made up. And I think, like, usually shit's not that awful in the JavaScript space, but styles, boah, people do all kinds of nasty stuff with styles, where they just, like, they go just tags only. Nothing for, no, like, specific scoped classes or anything like that. They just, like, any button anywhere in the world, I want it to do this. Oh, good, great. Excited to have to use important everywhere to override this silly bullshit. Oh, horrendous, JC. Awful, disgusting. All right, let's, I guess, start looking at Scrad Survivors here. I don't even really know where to begin with this. I guess I'll just give you sort of a tour of the project. Okay, I don't have anything, so that's good. Good place to start. This is using Phaser. I'm not familiar with Pixie.js. Is that like a Canvas, another Canvas JavaScript game engine? Nice. Yeah, there's a number of them out there, I think. I think Phaser is really, really robust. I'm actually a little bit scared because Phaser right now is, like, fully open source and really good. But it seems like maybe I don't know, there's some big exciting announcement for 2024 coming. And some people were like, ooh, are you being bought? And I'm just like, no, why are you guys excited about this? This sounds awful. This is ZSH. And I'm using Windows Terminal. Don't at me. This is WSL2 on Windows. Windows Terminal, surprisingly good. It's good. I mean, I don't ever have to look at it, so I don't care. I have ZSH. I'm just running... what's that command? Yeah. I didn't do anything special. Really, this is just what WSL blasts in here. Yeah, don't need putty no more, which is nice. I'm not a big fan of putty. It's served me well, often in the past, when I needed it to, but it's not. It's just not needed anymore, which is good. Hi.
Doing important stuff?
No. Why? What's up?
Just want to check it.
Definitely not doing anything important, I'll tell you.
Well, have fun.
Thank you, Babby. I mean, you can use putty. It's okay. It's just like if you have a just this Linux virtual machine that you have instant access to at any old time with SSH and then what do you need putty for at that point, right? Right, and yeah, like Windows is just getting better at this stuff. It's kind of amazing how long it took for that to happen. Right. I'll run this for now. And then... Okie doke. Yeah, I may have... So, I am an old Vim guy. And somehow or other recently, I don't know what it was exactly, I stumbled into, like, finding out that NeoVim is pretty cool. And it really appealed to me. So for the past week or so, I have absolutely gone deep down the rabbit hole of creating a big, heavily customized mess of a terminal. That's where I'm at. My power level is extremely low because I say I'm an old Vim guy. I never really learned Vim motions. So where I'm at right now is I'm a slow Vim guy. And I am in the process of like trying to, like, I still have a lot of old muscle memory, but it's mostly for commands and certain hotkeys. So I can get around in Vim. I don't feel like I can code very fast in Vim yet. I want to. I'm working on it. I have no idea how to get out of this. I have to shut down my computer to... so we're in now. There's no way out. I hope one day, though, that I can learn it. I'll get there. I think you have to install it. I just did all this stuff this week, and I've done so much this week that I don't know if I can remember everything I've done. Maybe I should give you a tour of my config. But that doesn't help you with Windows Terminal. I think you have to install it. Yeah, I don't think it came with Windows on Windows 10. It's not a big deal to install. But I think you're going to want WSL underneath. And there was some fucky-wucky stuff I had to do. Like, let's see. I have to tell it to start at home because it wants to start in Windows. There's probably a better way of doing that. Stuff like that. I don't know. Where am I? Oh, whoops. That's not what I wanted. I have some config stuff that I've done. My Vim situation is kind of out of control. But yeah, so I have a lot of setup going on. This has been my week, by the way, just fucking with this stuff. So I have stuff like Tree Sitter, Harpoon, Undo Tree, Fugitive, Tmux Navigator, Feline, DiffView. I like DiffView, it's pretty cool. Let me fire that up. I don't know if it's going to show much. I don't know if I have... oh, this is Wilder menu, this thing here, which is really nice. So I can do like... if I want to do DiffView open, tab, bang. So this is really nice. Where I can do some merging, conflict resolution, yada da da da. I'm still working on muscle memory, so I'm going to be not very fast here, just to be clear. What else? Lua fuzzy finding stuff. Dev icons. I have two things of dev icons going on. I probably don't need two. LSP 0 is really, really good. Really, really great. It's fantastic. So you can have some like just some LSP shit going on like this. Isn't that nice? Love that. It's very good. Very fancy tooltip, yeah. It's really quite fucking nice. It's driven by Mason. So I can just have language servers. I can install whatever I need. It's pretty easy to use. And just away you go. And you get some nice code completion stuff. And just, it really helps when you're like, especially if you're rusty. Rust spotted. It is there. There's HTMX. I think this was just recently added. I think this is brand new. Oh, it's primes. Look at that. You can do a little Control F action, and you can filter it down to just whatever. So, like, if you want like JavaScript, you can filter it down to just the JavaScript language servers, which is really cool. But that's me, sub. I did not install nvim from source. How is it hurting me? What have I done wrong? Or what did I do right? HTMX is tailwind for HTML. That's yeah. UG prime. Uh-oh. I don't want to step into things. Did I step in something already? Seems like I always step into something. Oh, are you saying like WSL 1? But yeah, I don't know. It's just like a lot of nice stuff. I really like this. Little file preview, except for when I stumble into the fucking phaser library and it's like, hold on, I'm trying to preview. Really? Oh, whoops. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I'm literally fine. I haven't had any such problems. To be honest, it's been like just super painless. I have not had any really big bad problems. What was I doing here? Okay, yeah, I'm running the server. Oh. Yeah, I will say I probably didn't pay super close attention to things. And also, I'm definitely going to be less knowledgeable than probably most of you. I think that's probably the difference. I'm just like stumbling along like, ooh, this is pretty. This is pretty. I have been very much enjoying this though. Like it just feels good. I think there's kind of a migration going on of people towards stuff more like this recently. And I don't know if it's just sort of like a perfect storm of a lot of nice stuff coming together to make it a lot more palatable or what, but I mean it is cool because there's sort of that universal language. It's the hipster thing. Literally for me it is that I just really like this. It just feels good. Yeah, I didn't want to fuck with like VirtualBox or Docker, running Docker shit inside of my fucking Windows, blah, 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 blah. This is just like so straightforward and nice. It's just seamless. It just feels like it's just part of the operating system at this point, and that makes it, that really tipped over for me like, okay, this is cool. I'm down with this. It's funny because like for web dev, I did feel like macOS is kind of the best suited for web dev just because it's it's a blend of like the shit that matters in the web devs, like front end side, sorry. To be clear, I'm talking about front end side where you've got like a lot of the design and layout and front end type stuff. It's a very Mac oriented world. And then you have the Debian underneath, so you have the Linux side. So like, you're just well placed if you're on Mac OS to work in the front end space, right out of the box. But this for me makes it, maybe Windows wouldn't be too bad. Anywho, this is the Scrad Survivors project. If you don't know, I'm on Phaser. That's the game engine that I use. Currently on latest, so 3.70.0. And this is the root. Also, I'm probably going to be doing this every time I go into a file because there's a lot of kind of ugly formatting going on. But this is the base setup for the Phaser project here. I am slowly realizing that I have no idea how to tour this. So it's just a simple web page in terms of the basic setup. I have like an external environment variables thing that I set up, and then just load the Phaser up. Nothing special here. There isn't even anything in the body. It's just injected in there. So the real meat of the everything is in here. So I have 4 scenes. I've got my preload, which kicks to start, and then start kicks off game and HUD. No, I'm not using a bundler. It's possible. There's you can use this any old way. I mean, it's just a JavaScript library, right? So you could use, I don't know, you could use Parcel, or I don't know what the fuck anybody uses right now. There's pre-built bundler, like a bundler project that's set up by the Phaser dev that you can just clone that and start from there. Yeah, also definitely keep in mind that this is not like being deployed anywhere except for in OBS by me. So yeah, it's just a single page app. So I don't really need anything more robust. There is some question in my mind to whether my approach to handling the Twitch integration maybe would justify something a little bit better. Well, yeah, you see, so I do want to move towards putting a release on itch, and I think I have to, I don't know, I may have to really evaluate things. But from what I understand, to release on itch with something like an in-browser game, it almost is really just like dropping a zip file in there of just whatever. So I'm not sure that I really need much more than what I have. I'm not sure. I've never done it, so that is going to be another area where I have a lot to learn. And not to mention the fact that the game itself needs a lot of changes to where it could be accessible to anybody to actually play. There's no like start the game. It is possible to control the main character with cursor keys, but that's about the extent of the user interaction that I have. There's no way to like, at the moment, there's no way to choose an upgrade. That's all Twitch polls, or if Twitch poll is not active, then it's just randomly selected, which is not great. Yeah, there's no way to pause. So, like, there's a lot of fundamental stuff I would have to build before even getting to that. But preload here is where everything kicks off. I think this is already formatted. I'm going to do it anyway. And the preload scene is literally what it says. It's just like every asset that the game is using, it's just loading them all up. And it shows a little progress bar. Here's that. This just builds the progress bar and updates the progress bar. And then when loading is complete, we kick off the start scene. So nothing really, this is just, it is what it is. This is pretty standard, like boilerplate phaser stuff. Not much has happened yet, Food. Not much has happened at all. Yeah. You could build a distributable with Packer or any of the other like web bundlers. The one I'm most familiar with is Parcel 2, which is I've had a nice time with Parcel, but I imagine they're all pretty similar. And then, actually, why am I doing it this way? I want to do it my fancy way, like this. If I could type. So, start is where the game actually kicks off. In terms of the structure of the code, by the way, like where everything's just these classes, this is just sort of like everything Phaser is written this way, so I've just sort of mimicked that. So all of my stuff is set up essentially the way Phaser stuff is set up. Got a bunch of event handling here. I'm not actually a fan of this. I've been tearing this stuff up. I used to use a lot more of these kind of across the game, and I had so many fucking problems with like duplicated listeners and listeners that just got cut off without any like clear indication why the fuck. Yeah, phaser handles the game loop. Let me see if there's an example of that here. Might not be, because this is the start, and I'm not really doing much here. No. All of this is just the stuff that builds like the title screen and handles the animations of it. It's using a lot of phaser built-ins. It's also kicking off the WebSocket stuff because I have a separate program that is essentially just, it's like an Express server where I'm doing Twerple. I'm using the Twerple library for doing communication with Twitch, and then I'm communicating from the game to that with WebSockets. That's how that all works. So I'm opening a socket connection to that if it's available. I just look for it on localhost. Blah, blah. I listen for certain events. What else? This is built-ins. So like for time stuff, Phaser provides a bunch of like built-ins that are based off of its clock. So there's like time events. I'm just using those here for like when I'm showing certain images or text on the title screen. Blah, blah. Yeah, so that is kind of a weird thing with browser game engines, is that you are actually beholden to the browser. The game engine can only do so much, but it's just like, yeah, you're drawing to a canvas in a browser, and what the capabilities or performance or whatever, everything's going to be like dependent on the browser, which is going to have its own rules in how it works and how it handles certain things. So yeah, so Phaser provides an update callback, yeah. So let me jump to the game scene, because that's the one where it actually starts to do stuff that's really about the game. And if I jump down to update here, so this is the Phaser provided update, which is just every scene can just have, you can hook into update and you'll get time and delta time. And then I'm doing some kind of weird stuff here where I'm kicking update along into some custom classes and things like that, where I don't know if I'm really doing this stuff the right kind of way. Whoops, not what I wanted. But anyway. Yeah, I'm cascading it down. Yeah. Yeah, I just always think I'm wrong. That's how I am. Here's some vestigial crap from some refactoring, because I'm really cool. But yeah, so the game scene sets everything up, right?
Oh no!
Fedrin. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, friends. So I do some setting up some listeners for like some global event things, for starting and pausing and resuming and restarting, and when the player dies, handling some of that stuff. Don't love that stuff right now. Here's the wreckage from my cleanup experiment. Probably needs to go away. And then create is the actual, like, where we're building everything for the game, essentially. Welcome, Fed friends. So this is where we actually kick off the listeners. We initialize some variables. Probably this isn't the best place for those. It's been a while now since I've actually looked at this part of the code. We create our map. I have a separate module for doing that. Create entities. What is even happening here? That's a weird comment. I don't know why I did that. Because actually it looks like we're just creating the player. And then adding world collision to it. Chloe, thank you for that gift sub. Appreciate you. Then we set up the camera. Set the zoom level. I do a lot of this kind of stuff too. I don't know how I don't know how people are gonna feel about seeing that all over the place, but I do a lot of like convenience things to try to make certain things shorter, because there's like a lot of stuff that just becomes super fucking long. And you may notice that I have my 80 character column there. I really don't like wide code. I try not to do it too much because it is just sort of like a lot of unnecessary fluff, but boy, I definitely do that. Oh yeah, this thing. Literally in that comment thread, so I put this here for my own reference. There was this problem I was having where the camera initially just doesn't, like on the first frame, it doesn't have coordinates. So I have to force it to do one pre-render to have access to the coordinates. It was really fucking me up. And so not kosher is referring to the fact that in the comment thread, it was suggested by somebody who really knows Phaser, and they were like, they suggested you could do this, but they're like, this probably isn't a kosher approach. Blah, blah. What's funny is I'm not even really getting it from other people's opinions, Zell. It's like, I just feel like it... I guess I just know that I'm doing something that isn't actually doing anything. It's just like I'm just re-referencing it again, but shorter. So in my own head, I'm like, this feels like wasted lines. But anyway, whatever. It makes it easier for me to read as well. So I do a lot of stuff just to make it easier for me to read too. I have a whole setup audio function I call here. That's down below. Set up a couple of animations. So the chest jumping around and the gem animation in the level up dialogue, those are these. Just frame-based animations. Phaser has like this global animations collection just called anims, and you just define them once, and then you refer to those by key. I didn't fully understand that, so I have this warning message I haven't fixed yet because I am trying to... I'm calling them unnecessarily multiple times. It's just a whole thing. Here's some of that refactoring I was talking about. This is where I kick off my monsters pool and set up the collider with the world. This is where I kick off the pickups. So pickups is like... Right now, it's only experience gems. Look, I'm showing it to other people right now for the first time, and so I'm being Mr. Disclaimer. Just, I'm gonna be weird in the way that I'm weird. It's okay. It's all right. But yeah, I kick off the pickups module, I kick off the weapons module, and the power-ups module. So these all are just sort of like parent classes that manage all these things. I also don't super know what I'm doing with object-oriented programming. I always feel like, am I organizing this well? I don't know. These were some post effects I had. Early on in the prototype, I had this tilt shift thing. You may remember it was making it very blurry and high contrast. I ended up getting rid of that. And then I have a vignette post effects. So that the darkness around the corners is actually handled entirely by this. That's it. Funny enough, I was using that on the start screen as well, but the trouble is they share one camera, so I ended up recreating the vignette as a PNG. I used that on the start screen. I don't want to talk about it. And then we actually start the fucking game. Start game does... Oh yeah, I had some advanced debug stuff. So here's actually... Okay, so up there I'm creating those objects, but here I actually tell them, hey, okay, start now. Apparently New Monsters is self-starting because it is not here. So I think I was exploring a change in approach. Why is it not here? What's happening in my brain right now? Also, I like this is like a little slide. You see that? Cursor's going for a little ride. Whee! Whee! What is happening here? I don't even know what's going on myself. What is... How do you start? Whoops. Not what I wanted. Here we go. What do you do? No, not O. I'm so confused as to like, how does this even begin? Does it just start immediately and I'm just dumb? I think I'm just dumb. Why do I keep doing this? LZF, tab, enter. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter because I have the spawn scheduler, that's why. I'm a silly guy. I'm a silly, silly guy. Here's that update, by the way, passed down. We'll talk about this at a later time. No, don't. Oh, God. Why did it open on a minified library file? Oh, no. I need to change that. I am now trapped. Oh, we're free. We're free. Here, let's navigate back this way. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, so I think it's just because I'm using the scheduler, so it doesn't need to start, and it's fine. Then I have a couple of variables. Game started true, player live true. I set the camera to zoom in. So that's the fancy camera zoom that I added at one point. Emit a couple of events. Game started, reward queue start. And then here's the other, like, setup audio. This one's fun. Just a lot of just... So the way the audio works is Phaser provides basically like one big audio channel, which is nice. I don't have to worry about figuring out like, well, what if something tries to create the same sound 10 times at like exactly the same time? It doesn't matter. This, like, the sound does sound cueing and all that. However, to make sure that there is some sound, even if there are ones that would be like sort of denied a spot on the queue, I provide a handful of different sounds so that there's other options, right, that are randomly chosen from. So when you damage monsters, there's like 4 different possible damage sounds, and you're going to get a variety of audio because the same one won't be instantly, infinitely played over and over again, right? It's going to queue that, and or not really a queue, but you know what I'm saying, like exactly, yeah. It's just a nicety. It's just I'm using Phaser to handle that, and so then I can just sort of define like, well, these are what I want the sounds to be. It's all running through the same thing, and that's nice. And then game does also use the update loop. And what are we doing? Oh, right. This is where we're kicking on the updates and blah, 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 blah. Oh, yeah, this is something that needs to go away, actually. So this whole block here actually will probably just be boop, like that, but not right now. So that's the game scene. Any thoughts or questions on any of that? I simply don't know what I'm doing here. I literally have no idea how to leave Vim. I've had the same session open for years. Break all that up into smaller files. Yeah, I mean, I could. Yeah. I've been doing that for other things. Yeah, I agree. I mean, so I essentially I did that for like my really big concerns, like the handling of monsters, handling of pickups, handling of the player, and then they have like their own thing. But yeah, I also am not a fan of like huge giant files. I do like modules, as you can see. So that's not a bad idea. Yeah, I should probably break off the. I'm not using a lot of animations yet, so I don't know if I would prioritize that one. But the sound thing is just going to keep growing as I add more sounds. So like, that one's a good candidate for just being its own fucking thing away from all this. Oops. Don't even know where to go from there. So as you saw, I have like the player broken off. Actually, what's going to be better to look at this is going to be go here, and let's go up and hit the modules. So I have world and player pickups. Pickups and pickup is kind of an old style where I was doing like a module per class, which didn't feel in the end super great. Monsters and monster, for instance. New monsters, I've just combined those together because it was just like, this felt pointless to break these apart. But at the same time, I will probably waffle on that and eventually break them apart again in the future. Who knows? It's a wild ride. Right, the engine started, the game started. Well, it's basically all this stuff from here of like how are all of the things defined, right? Like, what do you guys want to know about next? Maybe the player makes the most sense to learn about. Uh-oh. LZF. Don't look at that. Hey, guess who didn't save any of those other times? I actually think the other ones were already done, so it's probably fine. So never mind. Didn't write out my buffers, so I just was like abandoning them and moving on. Yeah, so here's the player. The player is an extension of Phaser Physics Arcade Sprite. Oh, yeah, I didn't talk about the HUD scene. That's a great point. This is probably the ugliest module. Oh boy, it's a lot. There's so much going on there. Let me bring up my little preview guy. I mean, I don't know how much you guys really need a visual aid on this, but... So, where do I even begin? So we've got a big giant constructor, right? I've got various environment variable things going on, and also to explain that, so I wanted to be able to have like the ability to configure it differently while I'm doing dev from however it's configured for the stream without breaking everything. So I actually have a just a really simple file that just I create these environment variables, turn stuff on and off. So like when I'm doing dev, I don't use the Twitch. I don't even run the Twitch server thing. So that's just off. Turn on various different kinds of debug. Various sort of sane defaults, because I often will use like change the player health, change the amount of experience, change the number of monsters, yada yada yada, for debugging and development and blah blah. So that's what that's referring to, and that's just pulled in like right at the top, so it's just available. Yeah, right down here. Haha, whoops. Didn't mean to do that. And then... yeah, so that's what's going on with that. This is a world of pain right here. This is sort of vestigial from when I was using listeners a lot more heavily. I'm still using listeners, but boy, I really cut that back a lot. Defaulting some stuff that's used for display in various places or used for statistics. I've gotten in the habit of doing this for certain clocks specific to certain tasks. So basically the idea being that tick just stores up delta time, and then delay is when that thing will fire. So these are just like timers essentially. So if I jump down to update, I could have done that better, huh? Let's do this. There we go. Yeah, like here's an example of that. This.clock.debug.tick plus equals delta. If tick greater than or equal to delay, update GUI stats. Set tick to 0. And we only do that if the modal is actually up, which it currently is. Otherwise, don't do that. Reward queue. Draw reward queue. HUD graphics. Same deal, except a little bit more going on. Why is this here? Why am I doing this here? It's not on the HUD. Oh. Haha. I know why this is here. Vestigial, but unremovable. Needs to be moved somewhere else. It's fine. Everything's just don't look at it. Don't look at that. Slots, power-ups, and weapons. So this is where those are stored. I'll be real, I don't remember how I set up a lot of stuff in here. It's been refactored, I want to say, like 5 times. And it's still in need of more. Basically, I'm just defining a lot of, like, shit that's needs defined here. Oh, the reason that that's happening is because I am using a test config for the monster spawn schedule. So it is literally loading like 700 monsters in just a couple of seconds, and the player only has 100 health and no upgrades. So the player gonna die fast, and the fact that it's dying before 30 seconds has passed is expected. Anyway, so we immediately dive into creating the HUD. We get the start scene here for some reason. I'm sure there's a good reason for that. Because the start scene is in charge of the reward queue. And that's probably because the start scene is also in charge of the WebSockets. Oops. Anyway, let's see. So this is where we set up our level up queue timer thing. So this was when I transitioned to where every level up goes into a queue, and then this lets me do the stuff where, you know, the game can keep going, and level up dialogues are only shown as we chew through the queue. Or if we're doing like the chest dialogue instead of level up dialogue, then we can, yeah, that's how that's working. So this is using a phaser timer built in for that. I waffle back and forth as to whether I want to use phaser built-ins or if I want to write my own handling of certain things. It's all over the place, really. And then every HUD element is its own concern. So every HUD element creation is its own function here. And also I create a graphics layer for the reward queue. So the reward queue, this here is the little like toaster things that appear in the bottom left, which is really thrown together, not very well done. Create the logo. That's the logo we see in the bottom right. We're just adding an image. It doesn't move. It doesn't do anything. Experience bar is the top left, so we're adding the image, which for whatever reason is called HUD mockup. That's from the prototype. So it's just bringing in the entire HUD mockup, which actually is just the background for the experience bar, setting its origin and scale. I make all of those at a 1/4, and then scale them up once they're loaded in. And then I make the graphics layer for actually drawing the bar, and I create the text, which is displayed on the bar, which is recently been converted over to bitmap font, which is very much faster than actually using real fonts. Create the weapon slots. So those are the first row of slots that appear beneath the experience bar. And I have some like hard-coded position, X, Y. I'm asking the game scene weapons object to tell me what the max slots are. And then I'm re-emptying the slots. So I have that variable earlier, the variables earlier that are setting up the empty slots for power-ups and weapons in the constructor, and then I'm doing it again here because I'm an insane person. And then we walk through and we just create every slot. Let me see what we're doing exactly. I did this to build them in a more reusable way. So let's see, let slot image, blah, blah. So that's the background for the slot. Right, okay, so I create empty images and I insert them where the icons would appear. I add some empty text, that's the level that's displayed for that slot, and it's just empty as well. And then I push that into the array of slots weapons. So this is all pre-creation, so those are never created again after the game starts. They're created at the beginning when the HUD is created, and then in the future they're just updated with data is what's happening with that. And power-up slots is the same exact thing, just lower. It's just the next row down. Create stats. This is very similar. These are the icons and numbers that are down the left side there. Nothing particularly super interesting here. I'm throwing these in variables that I never use, so there's a lot of warnings. You like the warnings? They are there. Oh, what did I do? Whoops. Oh my god. This module is definitely too big. Definitely far too big. Yeah. A lot of this is the same, right? I'm just creating images or text or whatever, placing it around the screen. Here's the mini boss reward text. This is also, again, just something that gets reused. It's just being pre-built here and then stored and then updated when a reward is redeemed, updated with the proper text. It's written in a way to where if there were other rewards, it could be updated with other different data. and just reused objects there, even though we don't have any other different kinds of rewards yet. This stuff's, yeah. So this is called, like, when a game resets. These are reset to their sort of 0 positions so that it doesn't wait for an update, and it just sits there with, like, old data on the screen, which is pretty ugly. This shit. So when the game restarts, these events need to be offed. Otherwise, they will be pointing to the previous, like, game scene that doesn't exist anymore. But the event center doesn't see it that way, so actually what ends up happening is that they get created a second time, and then I end up with 2 things listening to the same thing. So any fucking event that the game sends is going to happen twice, and it's a mess. It's gross. I hate that I did this, but here we are. And this is where it actually acts on various events. So when the game starts, when the player dies, the game runtime thing needs to just basically go away. When there's a player level up. So in that case, the player is actually passing. The player determines the choices that are available for a level up and then passes them via an event into the level up queue, which is handled by the HUD. I don't know if that's sane. It doesn't sound sane when I say it out loud. But then similarly, when weapons are spawned or when power-ups are spawned, an event is sent from either the weapons module or the power-ups module that says, hey, I made a weapon or I made a power-up. Please slot these. So that's where that data is coming from. And then I have player update slots. Doing looks like the same thing. some piece of this is probably vestigial. I have some stats updating events here. Yeah. I think a lot of these things are just like stuff that hasn't been cleaned up. The Twitch reward one is actually useful. That's coming from the sockets. It spits a reward, passes the reward through to handle reward here in the HUD. And then these are... I don't remember why these are split off. This is related to polls, obviously, passing whatever the choices were that were made. So the server's kicking that back to us through a WebSocket, and then the start scene is listening to sockets, and it will say, hey, I got some Twitch poll progress. Here's what it said. And the HUD here listens for that and updates what's on display. Same for poll end. New update weapon slots. If it says new update weapon slots, final, definitely perfect this time. Sorry, we really got into a messy one here. Like, the HUD is just a big, giant monster of a thing. So, V3, the last one. So, if slot weapons length greater than 0. This looks like, okay, so basically what I'm doing here is new updates weapon slots doesn't care what's going on. It's just asked to make sure that the weapon slots are updated. So it doesn't really care about its current state exactly, but what it does is it asks the weapons class, basically the weapons object itself, like, hey, what are your max slots? I'm going to iterate over my slots, and I'm going to ask you if you have a weapon for every slot, or for whatever, each slot that I look at, and then I'm going to update that slot. So in other words, It's agnostic about what's going on with itself, and just updates things to try to reflect accurately like what's actually happening in the weapons right now or in the power-ups, which was better than it was previously, because previously it was trying to like sort of maintain its own sort of copy of that same data, and that's when it would get like out of sync. Like it would have like a duplicate of a particular weapon or power-up or whatever. It would just get all fucked up. So this is at least based off of like what's actually currently true in the weapons group or in the power-ups group. Like there's also new update power-up slots. It's literally the same thing. Probably a bit of unnecessary duplication here. Could just condense this into one function that's just like the slot updater. But the reason that this happened was that I didn't want to overcomplicate the refactoring process. That's why this happened this way. I didn't set out to be like, I'm going to write the same thing, the same huge thing twice. Yeah. Where is it? Yeah. So like what's happening here is, so we're coming into this, we're iterating over the slots. We go, hey, power-ups, give me your power-up for this slot. So it could be like 6, right? If no power-up, if null, then, is that right? Am I reading this wrong? Because why are we doing things if there's no power-up? Oh, I see. We are resetting it. We're resetting it here. So we set the alpha to starting position. We set it not visible. We blank out the text. We reset the tint back to off-white. E8, D9, D9. Yeah, definitely resetting the default there. If there is a power-up, we check to see if this particular power-up is set to show cooldowns. If so, we base everything off of its particular tick and delay settings, and we update the alpha of basically the background right here of the slot. We set the alpha based off of time. So that's cool. We update the icon that's displayed, also which frame it is. I mean, they're not animated, but there's a key and a frame. Even if you aren't animating, you've got, you know, what the texture is and which frame of the texture. They always have at least one. And then we set it visible. We set the icon visible. We set the text that we built earlier to what the level is. We ask, hey, what's the max level for this as well? We set the text to the current level, and then we say, if the level is equal to the max level, let's also make that thing a little gold. Let's make it a little special. Let's put a little sparkle on that. And this was the thing. I don't quite remember why it wasn't getting reset. That's fixed now, and I just don't remember how I fixed that. It was something that actually didn't have anything to do with this code. This code was fine. Something else was broken. And that something else got fixed. That's the best I can tell you right now, because I don't remember. Handle reward. This is that function that's called when we get a reward event from the start scene. So the start scene is like, hey, I got something called a reward, and it had this data. Do you know what this is? And handle reward is like, yeah, actually. And yeah, so this basically is just getting like a little object that has the info from Twitch, whatever it was, and we set the title. So spawned, we do like whatever the reward title was spawned, and we set the text on that. This again, this is objects that were built earlier when the HUD was created, so we're just updating them. We're not creating new objects here. We're just populating them with content. We set the user to whatever the display name was coming from Twitch. Set that on there. do a little fuckery. Basically, I count the characters, and if the name is like real big, I try to, like, so if it's a lot of characters, I use a smaller font, except for I have that disabled at the moment. And the reason for that is because I switched everything over to bitmap fonts. And bitmap fonts is a little bit of a different, the handling is different. I just haven't fixed the handling yet. So technically I can set font size on those, but instead I'm setting scale because the font size was whacked out. But this is because Twitch lets people have usernames that have up to 25 characters. So the the display range that you have to deal with Twitch usernames is a little bit wild. Yeah, they're huge. So I use like generally a more compressed font if I'm going to be displaying a Twitch username, because it's like we need to really make efficient use of space here because these names are huge. But generally, it seems like a decent handling is like if it's less than, I don't know, something like, what did I do here? Yeah, 16 characters. So if it's less than 16 characters, it can be a little bit bigger. If it's more than that, 16 or more, then let's make it a little bit smaller. And yeah, well, I don't always want to truncate. So in this case, I don't want to truncate because I mean, like the display name, that's the user's name. So I want to display the full name in this case. But, I mean, there's nothing really fancy here, so I'll show you, yeah, here we go. Reward queue, I did do some truncating, because in that case, it's less necessary, right? So, right. So here I'm creating a combined message as well, right? So we're showing what the title of reward is, how much it cost, and then the user's name, and the user's name is last. Well, no, I didn't have to go really tiny. I did plan around it, you know. I planned around it. So if we look at our example here, let me make it bigger for a moment. So we'll look at our example, and if I go in here to Twitch and I do a test reward, so multiple things are going to happen, right? At the hold on a second, I want to see chat as well while I'm doing this. So multiple things happen when a reward is redeemed. Oh, goddammit, I can't see chat at the same time. Oh, there we go. It's going to display the information at the top between the level and the level up dialog, right? It's going to display the toaster notification in the bottom left, and it's going to put the user's name on their monster, okay? So let me just slap a bunch of these. Okay, so at the top, I want to display the full name. And it's not a tiny font, but I purposely chose a compressed font, a narrow font. Okay, well, okay. Well, the rewards are going to carry over to the next thing. But you see the name is on the monster there too. In those cases, I want to display the full name. So I did that intentionally. I don't want to truncate it in those cases. But in the toaster notifications, I do want to truncate there because I'm not going to be changing the font in that situation, right? If the name's really long, sorry, you're getting the 3 dots once you exceed a certain number of characters. Unfortunately, since these test things don't really have a long title, it's not causing the truncation to happen, but if they exceeded the width of the that area there, they would be truncated. So it was thought through, you know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't arbitrary, and I did plan for it in the display of the names. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely case by case. Case by case, truncation definitely is extremely useful in a lot of places. Yeah, that's true. Could do a marquee, but I mean, like, yeah, that's polished stuff. And also something else that you have running all the time that maybe Do you really want that to be happening? I don't know. But yeah, that's the only real difference also in the reward queue of like, in terms of stuff that's happening here, it's just chewing through the reward queue, which is actually... I think the HUD is maintaining its own queue. Oh, wait. This dot start scene, reward queue slice. Blah, blah, blah. So we're only grabbing... Right, we're creating our own sort of local queue here. We build the thing. So this is one of those things that I need to refactor. It's not reusing objects in this case. I want it to. I would prefer that. We're building that sort of background bubble object. We're building the phrase. Right here is where I'm truncating the username, or the overall message, actually, I'm truncating. So if it's greater than 34 characters, we chop the end off and replace it with an ellipses. And then we just draw it out, a bitmap text. And the reward queue content is a collection of the objects. I didn't bother to use a special character here. And also, I'm using bitmap fonts, man. You think my bitmap font has that single character ellipses? It doesn't. So it's I'm not going to go out of my way to do that. It definitely doesn't, because I created the bitmap font. Well, I didn't create it from scratch, but I converted a font. I know that it doesn't have that character. The end. I was using real text before, in which case I could have done that. And I still could for the HUD. I don't know. I unified everything on bitmap text. I only did this within the past week or so as well. So I will say, using 3 dots just didn't even cross my mind. It wasn't the bitmap text wasn't a factor in that decision or anything. It just didn't cross my mind. Here's some really ugly stuff. You want to see ugly? Here we go. Process level up queue. So earlier I showed that I'm using a phaser built-in timer where every second it is checking to see, hey, do we have a level up job on the queue? This is what processes the level up job. So right off the top, we check to see if it's going to be handled by a chest instead of a level up, right? So if the queue length is greater than or equal to the chest threshold, which is 3, currently 3, we let levels equals blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we either like grab the first one or we grab the next 3. So the level ups are actually spit into the queue regardless of whether there's a chest situation or not. However, how is this working exactly? I forget what the data structure of the level up queue looks like. I don't remember what I threw in there. Oh yeah, font makers are deeply unhinged. Because I just don't remember what I'm throwing in the queue. Because the actual choices are generated here at this point. We actually ask the player, hey, I need some choices. And that choices are, weapons and power-ups. Upgrades or new ones, that sort of thing. If level up data choices length greater than 0, we set chest to true, we pause the level up timer, and we handle that chest. So if we don't get any choices back at all, we just don't do anything. If we're not greater than the chest threshold, we shift the first one off the level up queue. That's our level up data. It already has choices in it. No, it doesn't. God damn. We're populating the choices here. So I think I have a sort of skeleton structure that I insert into the level up queue, and then I populate it here. Y'all, I just don't remember. This shit complicated. And then same thing, but just not a chest, right? So we're just picking between whatever we got back from determined choices. And in that case, we do start upgrade select. It's ugly, y'all. Yeah. So this is also a bunch of shit that I want to refactor, because every time I create the level up dialogue or the chest dialogue, I am literally creating it from scratch. And then once we're done with it, I destroy the whole thing. Yuck, 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 yuck. Don't like it. So in this case, we're just using a phaser built-in timer for 5 seconds to display the dialogue, because we're not waiting for anything. We're not waiting on answers from a poll or anything like that. We're just displaying it like, hey, this is what we decided you're getting. You get to look at it for 5 seconds, and then it's going into the slots. So that's what this is. For each choice, we emit the player level up choice. I don't remember why. That might actually be the thing that causes the... I think this is the thing that causes the slots to be updated. So this callback is happening after 5 seconds goes by. So 5 seconds happens, then callback is called. So we're waiting for 5 seconds, and then we're firing the callback. Also, I don't have to do it this way. I could actually just put a literal callback and have a function separate and whatever, but this is how I do it. Or how I did do it. Yeah, so this is actually populating the slots with our updates. They might be level ups, in which case it'll match with like existing slots. It'll just update the level. Or if they're new, it'll populate a new slot. And then we do clean up and destroy, which I don't like, as I mentioned. We clear the level up data. We wait 1 second, and then we let the level up timer continue. So that's the level up queue that I mentioned. So during this, the level up timer is paused, so it doesn't like try to queue things as soon as they happen, or while there's a choice going on or something being displayed, it's paused. Start upgrade select is the real monster one, because in this case we actually have to do shit. The chest one's pretty easy because we're just telling you this is what you got. But in the case of upgrade selection, we're actually like, okay, time for a poll, or if I add user interaction, then that'll be when the dialogue is displaying and you choose what you want your upgrade to be. This weirdness here only happens if level up pausing environment is set to true. So back when you guys remember when the game would pause when you leveled up, I made that an option. It's based off of an environment variable. So in the case of that, there was this quirk where the experience bar would, like, if very often the amount of experience that you get when you level up crosses over to the other side, right? So what I did was, when we pause to do the level up thing, I also just set the experience bar to 100 for the moment, because otherwise it's really weird that it looks like you're kind of partly into the next level. You know, instead of being like your level, you completed level 1, it should be a full bar while you're doing your level up choice. In my opinion, whatever, that's why that's there. That's what that's doing. It's just arbitrarily setting it to 100% so that it looks nice for display, and then the next time you get any experience, it'll update to show what it actually is. Although really the way it should work is that it sets it to the actual percentage after you're done making your choice, but whatever. Same thing here. We're creating the dialogue from scratch, and there's my special little to-do saying create once and reuse rather than destroy. If use Twitch is enabled and Twitch polls are enabled, we start the poll. This poll active true, and we emit an event. So this is actually going out to, this is something that the start scene is listening for. Like, hey, I want to start a poll. Can you tell Twitch, please? And also, we want the poll to be called whatever our current level is, and these are the choices we want people to have. Otherwise, we're going to just randomly pick shit. So this is how it normally is for me, because when I'm testing and developing, I just want it to advance the game, right? Just randomly pick some shit so that we can level up and I can test things. And notice there is no like wait for user input, because I have none of that. I don't have a UI for that. I don't have any buttons. So all of that's going to wait until after I refactor this shit. But that choice would be somewhere along here, that branch. But right now, this is what handles it when Twitch doesn't. Simulate votes, handle poll progress. We hold for however long. So this is basically using the same exact environment variable that it would use if we were using Twitch. So the minimum Twitch poll duration is 15 seconds. So this is going to be 16 seconds. And then we end upgrade select, which also happens when we end a real Twitch poll. Simulate votes is nothing special. It's just generating some numbers to display. That was just so that I could make sure that the UI looked right. And now for some really ugly nasty. Handle poll progress. Handle poll progress. So, good Lord. A lot of stuff's happening here. So when we get progress back, which is generally an event, we're getting a little data chunk that's like just the choices and what the votes were. So first thing I do is sort them by votes. That's this line here. Final choice is we filter by the name. Okay, so we have level up data, which is our sort of internal data structure for choices for this level. And I'm essentially matching I'm grabbing from that data based off of the top, oh no, what did I do? Oh no. Why did I do that? All right, hold on. Everything's fine. I'm going to definitely get back where we were. Farther than that. Too far. That's fine. We're probably close. Yeah, here we are. Okay. So, sorry. Right. So what's happening here is simply like we have our level up data choices. Poll choices 0 is our top voted choice that we got back. So we're finding the choice that has the same name as the name of the one from Twitch in the progress data structure that we got. Okay. So I'm filtering it for that. That's how it becomes our final choice. We get the index of that choice. And then for each poll choice, we filter for... God, why am I doing all this? This is so confusing at this point and hard to read. So we're iterating over the choices that we got from Twitch. We are matching them with the choices that we have. Because there aren't IDs for these. And the order of them changes inside of Twitch, right? So the only way for me to know how does this data I'm getting back from Twitch relate to the data that I have internally is just to match by name. So that's what's happening here. So I'm figuring out, like, okay, which one is this? What's its index? I get the index. I get the index of the one that matched, and then I maintain the order. So this is an assumption that's just not visibly here in the code, but when I create them in the dialog, the order is the same as the array that we're keeping the choices in. So I'm just assuming that that index is going to be exactly the same, and I set the text of the index. I set the text of the one with the same index inside the dialog. It is not good. I'm sorry for everything I've just said. Anyway, that's how the votes get updated in the dialog. And then this is updating the button for all of them. So I'm resetting all of them to off. I'm just defaulting the buttons to their off position. The buttons are the frames around the levels, basically. So when you see it like change color as the votes come in on different ones, like which one has the most votes, and then it changes to red at the end, that's what that's doing. And the one that is the currently winning one, I set to its on frame. So you can differentiate which one's currently leading in the votes. I really should have a comment there, yeah, saying like, I'll just do that now, right? So it should say like, the assumption, order of elements in dialog assumed to be the same order that our choices here are already in. Cool, right? No. So that's what's happening here when we get some progress. That's how progress is updated. Wow. It was painful to explain. Guess what? End, upgrade, select. Very similar. This is how we decide what the fuck has won at the end of a poll. A lot of the same stuff's happening here. Poll active, this is just like a tracking variable. This is just so that I have something I can refer to inside the HUD easily. It's just like, hey, do we have a poll active right now or not? We sort what we got back from Twitch once again. We pull our final choice out of our local representation of the choices. We get the index of that. We set all of our buttons to off. We set our matching index one. We set our winning one to the selected frame. That's the red bordered thing in the level dialog. I mean, it's future me problem, right? And then we do a built-in timer, 3 seconds. Basically, we want it to hang for 3 seconds after. Like, you don't want to immediately, like, okay, the poll's over. Here's the winner, and then the dialogue's gone. Like, you need to hold for a second for human eyeballs to digest what the hell is happening. After 3 seconds have passed, then we emit the choice. So as I mentioned before, this is the thing that actually triggers like the weapons or updates, power-up slots to be updated. We destroy this dialogue because I am super cool. And then we reset the level up data. Because this is like a holding variable, right? Like the level up queue, we pull from that into this variable. So we're just resetting it back to nothing or undefined. And we have one more timer saying, hey, let's chill for 1 second. And then let's start the level up queue again. No, you're good. Oh, that's probably the ugliest. I would say probably some of the ugliest code inside of this particular module. It feels huge and really cumbersome, really verbose. I feel quite sure that I'm doing this in a terrible way, but I don't know exactly how yet. I'll figure it out one day. So this is a totally separate concern where we're just updating the experience bar. Override is an optional argument. So normally I just call it like, hey, update the experience bar with whatever the player's current progress is on their experience. So we clear the experience bar. So that's clearing. The experience bar is a phaser graphics object. So I'm just saying, hey, clear that whole thing out, please. We get the player's current experience, their next experience. Figure out what the percent is between those. So we get the percent of progress. This should really just be earlier. Right here. I don't know why this is later than these above variables. We don't need to be doing this if we've sent in an override. But this overrides what I just did. Sets it to whatever I sent in the argument. And I used that earlier to set it to 100, for instance. Where did I learn to code? Books and it's an amalgam of stuff. Books and YouTube and websites like tutorials. There's a lot of good stuff out there, especially today. There's a ton of good content. There's online stuff in terms of like kind of like courses more, if that's more of your way of going or of learning, like with lecture style, like with a teacher. A really good one, I think, that would be, I think, general for like any beginner would be Traversy Media. If you look that up, a lot of really good videos. It's a guy that's been doing it for a long time, and he makes really good intro videos to all kinds of like web dev related stuff, JavaScript included, but you know, like HTML, CSS, React, etc. Let me find this for you. This guy has a ton of free stuff on YouTube, but he also has paid courses on Udemy, if that is something you'd be interested in. Hold on, I'm going to get this guy's channel for you, I promise. It's absolutely going to load. I just have to wait for the thing that YouTube added that targets Firefox and makes it wait for an arbitrary amount of time before showing anything. I'm almost there. It's happening. Okay, I got it. I finally got it. If you're an absolute beginner, or even if you're a little bit beyond absolute beginner, I would say this is a really good channel. So for that, I would just jump straight to like the crash courses. I just feel like he's really good at explaining things in a very understandable way for beginners. Anyhoomst. Yeah, sure, no problem. And best of luck on your journey. It is fun. It is absolutely very fun to learn all this stuff and start, you know, just making things. So nothing else particularly really very interesting about the level up bar. I mean, it's just drawing a rectangle and updating it based off of a percentage and updating the level. It's pulling that from the player. So the player has an object on it that has everything related to experience. This is something I've been doing. I don't know if it's a great way of doing things or not. Let me show you that real quick. So like, I've been doing stuff like this. So like this clock thing, stats. Here's experience, right? So experience is it's sort of a holder object that has these variables in. I find it organizationally nice. It does make it super fucking wordy though when I have to use it anywhere. But yeah, really good CS. All of his tutorials are great. And if you're feeling rusty on any particular thing, I would recommend him to help with getting back into it, you know. But anyway, I've kind of been using these like objects for grouping things together. I don't know if it's really a great way of doing things. It feels better to me than like doing just tons and tons and tons of this, where they're all just a flat hierarchy in a pile. I like putting the similar things together and then having a little sort of tree of like experience, level, experience, next. You know, they're all related to experience. They're all part of the experience group. K and R C? Quoi? What happened to using classes? Should I use a class for that? I hardly know what I'm doing when it comes to classes and shit, man. Really? Does that make sense? But I mean, this is on the player class, right? So you're saying I should make an experience class, or I could make an experience class? I feel like it wouldn't have a lot, right? It would be a class with like what, just these five. These five guys? I'm genuinely just trying to understand like how I would do that if I were to take that approach instead of this approach. Because this makes sense to me because it's on the player, right? So player.experience.level or .current or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I feel like if I used a class for this, that would abstract it like so much further away. Maybe that's sort of like a to your taste kind of thing. Right. I see what you're saying. And I'm not really using methods very much when it comes to the experience. Maybe that's bad. Because I think I'm like directly setting these often, as opposed to like having special handlers for stuff, which does mean that in there are cases where I have stuff that just like comes stomping in and just makes a change and maybe doesn't make it in a safe way. So yeah, I don't know. It might be a candidate for some reorg to make things make more sense. Human readable duration. This is how I do all the clocks. This is literally some shit that's like kind of I borrowed from Stack Overflow. I have changed it minorly here and there, but it was just nice for like a quick, easy clock formatter. I did it again. I don't understand what I did, but I did it again. It's fine. I think we were around... Not here. We were around here. Yeah, so that was that. Then we have Handle Death. Handle Death is just like when the player dies, there's all kinds of crap we gotta do. If there's a dialogue, I destroy it. I think there's a lot of stuff here that actually needs refactored out. We destroy the poll choice end timer. The timers are like phaser built-ins, and I'm destroying them here, recreating them again when we start a new game. We pause the level up queue. We set poll active to false because there shouldn't be a poll going on at this point. We tell the reward queue to stop, which is in the start scene. We stop broadcasting the game runtime, or we stop listening for it. We show the death text that you died, and it's lightly animated. It's basically just fading in and scaling up. Then we wait 10 seconds. We animate the death image out by just fading it out. And when that's done, this is just a daisy chain of shit here. We reset values. So that's an internal method here in the HUD of just like, it was very much back at the beginning, but that's the thing that sets a lot of stuff back to 0 or whatever it's supposed to display at the beginning of a game. And then we say, hey, game, restart yourself.
It's time for my half a bagel. Would you like anything?
I could get down on a bagel.
Okay.
Thank you, Babby.
You want extra pecans?
No. No, thank you. Well, I didn't know what I was going to be searching for. I know all about search. I've been doing it. Don't you worry. So create debug GUI is that whole bub. This guy. That thing. What might be interesting about that... Oh, and this is something that probably needs to be broken out into its own module. Because this is huge. Yeah, they are. Yeah, I've actually been wondering if the way that I do my debug logs is sane. There must be something better than this. I'm using a conditional without curly braces, which is I'm not a fan of, but it just including that everywhere also made it feel even worse than it already does. The alternative was just deleting all of them. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, maybe a special method for handling it could make it smaller or something. Any rate, this is where we create the debug GUI. This is perhaps a little bit more interesting than some other things because this is actually using the DOM. So that's an HTML element that's sitting on top of the canvas, and it's not actually inside the game. So we are... I have Phaser create a DOM container, and then I have an HTML file. So that stuff is here. Whoops. So this is the debug stuff here. And wait, why is that there? Did I somehow... Oh, did I paste that in there just now by accident? I must have done. Yeah, I guess I did. Anyway. So the way this works is I'm just grabbing the elements from the DOM, iterating over them. This is not done in a pretty way. This is super slapped together. This is just setting up the tabs for switching between in the debug GUI. Similar situation for the controls. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh, I don't know what to tell you guys about this. I don't know if I want to tell you guys about this. I wasn't trying to make it good. It's a lot of event listeners. And it also touches with settings, and yeah, boy oh boy. Yeah, hey Bart. Yeah, sort of. I made a game. I've been messing around with something called Phaser. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's a JavaScript game engine. And I've been playing around with making games as essentially like stream toys, like for my stream themes, essentially. I've made a number of other things, but this is the latest one that I use as like my countdown screen. And it's sort of a Vampire Survivors knockoff type of situation. Let me... oh, right, this doesn't... That ignores things that aren't in yet. Hold on. Let me go up here. Oh, this isn't even what I want. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, here we go. So this is my game. Essentially a Vampire Survivors knockoff thing, but it is Twitch interactive. Thank you. Actually, let me show you. I don't know. Have you not seen it at all? Let me switch to a screen where it'll actually use the Twitch polls, so you can kind of see how it's really meant to work. So once you level up, it's going to kick off a Twitch poll here.
Here you go.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Oh shit.
It's okay.
You sure?
Yeah, thank you. There you go. The polls are how the level up choices are made for what like weapons or power-ups you're gonna get. So chat can play. And that's basically the extent of it. Yeah, my AI isn't great. I'm still learning things. You're probably familiar with flocking, right? Right, okay. So, the way I started off, I started building this 2 weeks before October 1st. And I smashed a prototype together in those 2 weeks. Initially, the way that monsters and the AI player worked was monsters basically were just using a built-in to move towards the player. Period. End of story. No logic at all. Player was using some really janky crap that I wrote that was using move towards monsters. But if too close to monsters, move away from monsters. But if you start to get too far from monsters, move towards monsters. And that was enough for a jank-ass prototype, but that's how it started. Then, for the player... So I don't really know, like, the magical, you know, game design pattern things that, like, as far as game programming goes. There's a lot of stuff that I just don't know, because I'm not experienced with game development. So, I kind of screwed around a bit with, like, various iterations of the player. One of them was like, I'm going to do like a thing where the player has these states and it switches between them based off of certain conditions. That was some reinventing the wheel stuff and was not good. Then I arrived on the current iteration of it, which is also reinventing the wheel, because I didn't know any like pre-existing things, right? So what it currently uses is essentially, what was it called? I think Zell told me what it was called, actually. It's like a utility map. I should just show it to you, because I have a debug for it. Let me do that real quick. Just a moment. And so this is sort of a thing that already exists that people know about, but I didn't know about it. So mine is like my own janky, like, oh, is that what that is? Kind of implementation. So it's a bad approximation of something I didn't know existed. Hold on a second. There we go. Debug AI. True. Okay, so this is going to restart. Or no, it's not. But I'm going to refresh it. So this should show... Yeah, utility AI. Yeah. So this is like I accidentally invented utility AI, but badly. There it is. Oh boy, so fancy. But this is what it currently uses. Please don't look too closely at it. It's bad. I wouldn't call it intelligent, but there it is. So basically, it's got a little grid for looking around, and it's scoring things based off of, like, how many monsters are close to it. And it honestly, it doesn't... It's not too terrible, because it's getting by for now. It does try to avoid monsters. I did want it to make mistakes. It makes perhaps too many mistakes. But this is how it's navigating. It's basically not very advanced. It's just sort of saying, like, okay, there's too many monsters in this spot. It tries to avoid spots that are really low score. But basically, it just chooses the highest value, as Food said. That's essentially what's happening. But it is not good. It's certainly not good. Well, thank you. I'm glad you like it. So that's one stop on my AI journey. The next thing is, then I was unhappy. So as I progressed in complexity in this, one of the things that happened was I added a map that had, like, more things you could collide with in it and blah blah, and the monsters were getting stuck and whatever. It was just sort of like, actually they were getting outside of the map, which was really obnoxious. Well, to be honest, Bart, what's going to happen is I'm going to essentially throw this thing out that I'm showing right now. But I'll explain. I'm getting there. The monsters were getting pushed out of the map. They were getting pushed into world collision, and I couldn't understand why. What I ended up discovering, I was using the built-in collision. I'm using the what's called arcade physics in Phaser. And I had the monsters colliding with each other. I wanted them to push each other around and not overlap so much. But what I learned was that there's really no way to fix that. If you just have like a ton of things, arcade physics in Phaser is just, it's really simple. It's a really simple physics engine. And they were just going to get pushed through colliders. End of story. There's nothing like, short of doing some custom stuff, you can't prevent that. So then I started looking into different ways of handling the monsters all together. And I ended up going down the path of flocking. So I implemented this whole thing where all the monsters are Boids, and they have, you know, the whole deal with Boids. So like separation, cohesion, alignment. The nice thing of that is that I learned a shit ton about handling all the vector movement myself. You know, doing all that calculating, adding up all the acceleration, blah 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 blah. Yeah. Well, even the creator of the engine was like, yeah, you're kind of shit out of luck on this. For whatever reason, in the case of arcade physics in Phaser, that's just... They suggested to me, like, changing the order of the colliders, and even that didn't help. So anyway, I am still using that collider, but that's the only collider now. The monsters aren't colliding with each other. So basically that was the answer, right? It's the same as what you're saying. I decided to try to use flocking to have the monsters separate from each other instead of using collision to separate them from each other, right? So getting around the problem in that way. But then I was finding out essentially that, yeah, flocking is cool and all, but there's a reason everybody doesn't use it for everything. And that's because if you need to have any other considerations, it's so impossible to involve those considerations. So like avoiding things, walking around things, any sort of advanced movement or whatever, good luck trying to fit that into a Boyd's sort of algorithm, essentially. So from there, the changes that I'm planning on making are, I discovered, what is it called? Oh my god. It's something that's actually commonly used. Is it a flow graph? So basically what it is, the thing that I found is like, essentially, you have like 8 directions, and you sort of, you have 2 arrays where you populate one. This is going to be a terrible description, but you populate one with like a range from 0 to 1 of like that it wants to go this way or not, right? So for each direction you have like some value between 0 and 1 for positive and negative, like the opposite being you want to go away from that direction. And then you basically subtract one from the other, and that gives you this sort of dynamic updating thing where it's like, it's used for like car AI and racing games, and it could be, I mean, it could be used for like NPCs navigating around a map, where it sort of is just a better inherent way of making like more complicated choices and arriving at an answer that's like easier to work with than trying to constantly just influencing acceleration. That may be a flow graph, I'm not sure. Let me see if I can find the thing I'm thinking of, because it has a name. Yeah, in a lot of ways I'm like walking my ass through the entire history of game dev the slow and bad way. And reinventing a lot of wheels. Oh yeah, here's the book. Just a second. I'm trying to find the exact thing that I was looking for. Or that I was talking about. Context steering. Context steering. That's what it is. Does that sound familiar? I definitely didn't reinvent quad trees. That was also a step along the way, was that I had really awful performance until recently, and I am using a quad tree for doing spatial search of the monsters, which was a massive improvement. Let me see. Flocks versus groups. Yeah, so you build a context map. Blah, blah, blah. Each index refers to... Essentially, it's like cardinal directions, like north, northeast, east, southeast. Make it an idle game. So similar to in chat here, you just basically the only thing you do is choose the levels and that's it. It's like, it's kind of funny because Vampire Survivors feels like one step up from an idle game, right? You're not choosing when to attack. The only thing you're doing is just moving around. So in the case of this, you don't even move it around. You just you just choose the level ups and that's it. It's like one step away from just being a video. It's like automated Twitch. Don't have anybody playing a game at all. Just have a game playing itself and broadcast that. Cookie Clicker is super addictive. But yeah, thank you, Bart. I appreciate that. This is definitely the first thing I've made that was anywhere near to like a real game. Before this, I made a lot of weird stuff. But I've been exploring and experimenting with, like, essentially making stream toys. Thank you, Sep. Ripperino. I'll switch back off of this to chill those poles out. Oh. But yeah, it's been a lot of figuring out. Lots and lots of stuff. Also, the whole thing is written in JavaScript. I don't know if that hurts you to know. I'm sorry for what I've done. Yeah. I don't really know any other real programming languages. I have been thinking about switching to Godot for future projects to try to change that and, you know, learn things a little bit more in line with what other people do in terms of game development. I have mucked around with Unity in the past. I didn't super love it. So I don't know. We'll see. This seems like it's probably fine for learning. So anyway, y'all, I don't know where else to take this from here. I mean, I just sort of started walking down the HUD scene. That felt like a lot. It's probably the biggest, nastiest, ugliest piece of the whole thing. But yeah, my next mission is to explore redoing the player and monster AI with context mapping. Show us your API keys. Well, I mean, I'm sure you know, but there's lots of unseen things that are to be done. This map, and basically whatever you have just seen is all there is content-wise. I would like to have multiple maps. I would also like to have I just talk with my hands and just knock the whole thing over. I would like to have more maps than just the one map. And I would like to have a lot more power-ups and weapons than I currently have. There's only a handful of each. Like, there's six slots or 12 slots total, and I think there's only 1 or 2 more than the total slots for each type of thing. So I'd like there to be more choice. I want to build out an effects thing, because right now there's really, like when the gun fires, there's no effect for the gun. There's no effect for teleporting. So there's a lot of content. You're asking the wrong question, Dev. What API keys? Okay, so you're talking about the Twitch interaction. The Twitch interaction is a separate project altogether. It's a server. It's an Express server. It's completely separated from the game. It's not in the game. I just open a WebSocket to that server if it's running on the same machine. So there's API keys that the server uses to communicate to Twitch, but the game and the server just speak freely to each other via WebSockets. and that's it. I don't know if that's a great way to go about it. It does make, like, packaging it up. Like, if I wanted to make this available for somebody else to use, it would be real weird. Like, I'd have to give you both the Twitch communicator and the game. And then you'd have to set up your own API keys for the Twitch server part, and blah, blah. Yeah, it's reusable for sure. But I kept all the Twitch stuff out of the game. So I don't know. A lot of times I've definitely felt like, man, this would just be easier if they were one thing. But then the game is just served statically. But the Twitch part needs to be a server. You know, like, I'm still figuring out lots of stuff, man. I don't know what the right way is to build anything, or what the best way is to approach these things. Yeah. This felt like an okay way to do it, so they're not overly interfering with each other, but it's imperfect. But I wouldn't want, so I like I've said, I do want to eventually release this on itch. But I wouldn't want the Twitch stuff to be part of that anyway. Like, that doesn't make any sense outside of the context that I use it in. On itch, it's just like a single player game. So none of that stuff would be relevant at all anyway. So for that, all of the Twitch stuff would just be defaulted off and skipped. You know what I'm saying? More buzzword, more better. So, yeah. Eventually, I hope to figure all that out and get it on itch as well. So I'm going to keep developing it for the stream, but I'll have that in parallel so that you guys can just play it offline as well, I think would be cool. My first ever game release. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's exactly what I'm doing, Dev. That's exactly what I'm doing. The game just looks for a server running on localhost, and does all that, handles all the Twitch stuff. So it's opening a WebSocket connection to the server on localhost, and then they communicate that way. So the game will ask, "Hey, make a poll, please," and then it'll send poll progress back to the game, and that's how all that's working. Yeah, separate process. Yeah, so the game is just being, like, the way you guys see it, it's just a browser source in OBS. That's all that's running the game. It's just loading it as a web page, right? And then there's an environment variable for whether it should check for Twitch at all, which Twitch, in this case, just means my localhost server. And if that's true, it'll check to see if it can open a WebSocket connection to the server. So before every stream, I have to start the server up before I start the game. I haven't really, not in a real way, Bart. In some sense, sort of, kind of, because while I'm developing it, I have it running. And so basically, it's kind of tuned around the experience that I have while I'm developing it. So the base, like, default settings of the game are you know, like, how many monsters are shown at each step is based off of just to my taste. It's not self-doing it, but I could do that. But I will say one of the sort of concerns that I have in the design of this has been that I want chat to feel like they have agency in whether the player succeeds or fails, right? And the only choices that you have are those that are coming from the poll. It's what collection of power-ups and weapons and stuff have you selected? Do those let you win? And, like, when did you choose them, right? Like, there's a power-up called Librarian that increases the amount of experience you get per experience drop. So if you take that earlier, then you'll get more experience overall, right? And you'll be able to get access to certain things earlier. But it is taking up a whole slot. So if you take that up too early, are you going to now be underpowered and get overrun? So the monsters are just a set schedule, very much like Vampire Survivors, right? I don't know how Vampire Survivors works, but my guess, based off of playing it, is just it seems like it's a set schedule of monsters every time. So you tailor your gameplay around that. But then, of course, there's random. Yeah, absolutely could do a scoreboard feature. What's funny is that because this is partly web, this is really kind of a web dev project more so than like a typical game project. So I actually have access to stuff like cookies and or local storage. So what I was thinking I could do would be I could have like sort of master data that's stored in local storage in the browser that OBS is running. And just have these stats, like long-term stats of how you've done on runs, and show like best times and blah blah blah. No, I mean that's what I'm talking about for the Twitch chat version. Oh, I see. Give voters points for higher levels. Oh yeah. Well, so there is one problem, is that Twitch does not tell me who voted what. Votes in polls are completely anonymized. So unfortunately, to really do certain things, I would have to make this more of a Twitch extension. I would have to have a Twitch extension to where I would then have real access to a lot more data. Yeah, basically, it would have to be just all viewers who happen to be present at the time that it happened. But I think an extension would let me, like, with an extension I could build my own interface instead of using Twitch polls. Because, like, let's be real, Twitch polls are not a great interface. But the reason I went that way, there's a different way I could go about it, right? I was trying to avoid chat spam. I've always felt like that's kind of a downside with things like this, is when you're using chatbot commands instead, because then you got all this garbage where if anybody wants to participate, they have to type some command in chat, and it just fills chat up with that crap. So that's the reason I went with polls, is because polls are completely a separate interface, and you can still like have a sane chat room while participating in the game. Yeah, stuff like raffles and things like that. It's just like a lot of chat spam. Ultimately, I want to do an extension too. It's just I need to revisit it and see if I can find any good examples or something to get started. Because that was my problem the last couple of times I tried, is that Twitch's documentation about building extensions is a nightmare. Arguably, if I could get a handle on that, I could do stuff. I could do services like that guy did for Cult of the Lamb, right? I could build sort of like bridge interfaces between games and Twitch, because that's a lot of what I'm doing. But yeah, from here, there's still a lot of feature stuff that I want to add. And more polish. More maps, more weapons, more power-ups. Effects, actually usable UI for single-player stuff. And then I also would like to try to expand the game loop a bit. I've been kind of toying around with ideas around meta run stuff. I mean, again, I'm not trying to like... Obviously, like, the base idea is Vampire Survivors, right? but I'm not copying directly from the game. I just sort of like, I have Vampire Survivors in my head. I'm making a similar type of experience. And referring to that, Vampire Survivors has like this meta stuff that's outside of the runs, right? I don't want to copy exactly what they have, but I want to have something like that in my game too. Something that spans multiple runs. I've been debating on maybe some kind of, maybe there's items that you'll be able to collect under certain conditions that exist on each of the maps, and maybe something like combines together. You find all the right stuff, and maybe it unlocks something else. I don't know. Something along those lines I want to play around with. But what's interesting about it to me is I'm still like trying to figure out how can we squeeze more gameplay out of the shared Twitch experience. That's the thing I think I'm the most interested in, is playing around with that. I want you guys to feel like you're actually playing a game, as opposed to, you know, it feeling more like kind of a toy and it doesn't matter what you do. So I've been kind of mulling on ideas around that. So we'll see. I don't know if this game rises to where an extension would really be necessary, but there's definitely other ideas I have where I still think I really am interested in this idea of building a pawn style game for Twitch. A pawn style game meaning like Oxygen Not Included or RimWorld or whatever, where that would really, you could go wild with an extension, because I believe in the case of an extension, then you could have every viewer has the ability to have their own sort of controls over their character. So every viewer that opts in could have their own representation in the game. But not only that, you would be able to have some sort of interface to your own character. So it still would be like a stream game where you're, you know, the main view is the stream itself, but you would be able to, I don't know, do stuff with your character. I don't know what yet. And with Phaser, what's interesting is that you could even make this a distributed game. So you could provide views into it, right? The stream itself would have a view. So the live stream would be its own camera. And it's not, you know, it would move around the world on its own. But then you could provide, like, I don't know if it would be possible to put this in the extension. The extension would probably have to be like more minimal controls that are, you know, useful for while you're there watching the main stream. But you could have a companion application, a website that then also has independent views into the same game using phaser canvases, where you could see your character. Like, you could have a camera view into your character and what they're doing right now, and you could provide more features there even that you could, yeah, you, like, I'm thinking you could configure the preferences, right? So if you think about pawn games, every pawn in RimWorld or Oxygen Not Included, whatever, they have their individual stats, they have their own moods, or, you know, whatever, right? Their preferences, their skills, their different abilities. And you could customize those individually. Each player could customize what their character does. So ultimately, the characters would all still be AI-driven pawns that are following, you know, like job lists and whatever else, yeah. But the viewers could have ownership over their pawn in certain ways where they can influence what their pawn's configuration is, what their pawn is interested in doing. There could be like a level up type system, right, where the skills available or whatever to the pawn could be something that the viewer, you know, associated with that pawn could choose. Like, these are the stats I want to upgrade for my little guy. But that's a lot of words. I don't know how that ultimately comes together into a game, right? Like, what is happening on the main screen of this? Is it some sort of like collaborative world where they're like ultimately all the pawns are working together and there's like some sort of overarching goals. Maybe it's to like you collect your, maybe everybody's like on a planet somewhere, right? It's like one of those things where everybody was in cryo and a planet that's finally arrived at like the habitable planet. And then there's like different stages of resource collection and technology progression and research and so on, that where you're building up to things to achieve something. Yeah, keeping resources balanced. Yeah, that could be interesting, right? Where it's like this grand scale game where everybody's contributing, and depending on how it all culminates together, maybe you succeed or fail at achieving certain like global goals. Like you have to achieve certain things, but before a certain time, or you're gonna fail somehow, right? Like maybe there's some sort of terraforming aspect. If we're thinking about like the habitable planet idea, where if everybody doesn't come together and get enough resources to build some kind of particular device, then everyone is going to die because you won't be able to, do something necessary for terraforming in time. Well, so what I was thinking of for that, Bart, would be like, you know how SimCity, did you ever play SimCity? Or any of those city games, really. But back in the day, SimCity had this sort of thing that was like action cam. It was a setting. Okay, yeah, you've played it, okay. So, like, SimCity 2000 had this, and I think earlier SimCity had this too, but basically action cam, where you would have just certain events that are of interest, and the camera would automatically just go around. So you could have sort of priority lists of like what things are interesting to the camera, right? So you're going to have things that are like emergencies. So the camera's going to override and fly to those things first and foremost. And then you just have like this hierarchy of everything, right? So if there's nothing going on, then you would have like an idle camera where it's just, maybe it just randomly picks a viewer's avatar and follows them around for a little while, some preset amount of time, and then switches. It just keeps doing that. Like, it's just kind of going from character to character. Let's see what they're doing. What are they up to? And you would probably have to have something like, you'd have to know if certain things aren't interesting as well. Like, if you go to a character and the character is sleeping, you would probably want to spend less time hanging out on the character that's just laying in a bed. Werewolves that aren't real wolves. Werewolves that rent wolves. That's pretty good. I like that. Anyway, the trouble with the pawn game idea thing is I think that it is... Just saying it out loud sounds very pie in the sky. It sounds far, far overly ambitious for anything that I could hope to set out to do. Because there's a lot, just a lot. There's a lot I'd have to learn there, right? Like, I have the sort of basics down for like having a world in a game and having characters in a game and blah, 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 blah. But to achieve something like that idea, I would need to be able to have a decent application, web application hosted somewhere that has like Twitch authentication. I would have to be able to create instances of the game for everybody who has an account there. The extension would have to tie into this, and that would be a separate application. The main view would be a separate application. They're all talking to each other somehow. I don't know if that would be like a Socket.io. Socket.io is like a library that you can use with Phaser to do multiplayer games. So probably Socket.io for some sort of server, keeping everything in sync. So when somebody logs in and they get a view into their character, they're basically playing a multiplayer game. So it would be like a client logging into the server there. Not to mention building the damn thing itself, right? The game itself. Yeah. It's a lot, right? Sounds like quite a lot. Yeah. Like, what I've just described sounds like many, many years of work. Thank you, Dan. I've voiced it out into the world many times now, so I imagine that someone else will probably take the reins and make that happen. But it's something that I think would be really cool to do. I mean, I would love to tackle something like that if I thought I had the knowledge to do it, but I feel like I'm still quite far from it. I feel like I could build the main game component, probably. I could probably do that. I could do the world and the pawns and the tasks and all that stuff probably pretty well. But the application stuff is what kind of I find scary, because there's a lot going on there. That's as big as the game. Yeah, I'm far, far, far from that consideration, at least. Not building my own render engines or anything. I don't really know languages that would be... I mean, that's C stuff, right? That's fair. I loved Oxygen Not Included. There's something really fascinating to me about those pawn games. But I had this idea because of Oxygen Not Included and the integration. We had the stream integration stuff where, you know, every time you get a player, it would be named by somebody in chat, right? Which is just the most limited possible interaction you could possibly do. So that's what got me thinking about, like, well, how could people be more involved in this? This is like, I mean, people like seeing their name or whatever, but it's just really not much. Cult of the Lamb is the one I've seen that's gone the farthest in terms of it being involving the viewers more than just like, we put your name on the thing, where they're choosing their character and what it looks like a little bit with an extension, which is cool. But then still, that's it. Once the character's in the game, it's over. You know, it's just a thing where they're displayed on the screen. Yeah, I definitely want to go back to Oxygen Not Included sometime. But it's a real time sink for me because I get super addicted to those. I don't really know if I need a better web render engine, is the thing. I don't have any reason for it at the moment. I mean, Phaser seems pretty good. I don't really know how Pixie.js or WebGPU compare. Yeah, for sure, JC. I think that would be sick. I mean, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about for sure. Yeah. I'd like it to be possible for it to play itself, but also for those that want to be more involved with their little avatar, to be able to do that. You know, to really take it a little bit further than just an idle experience, like where you're just observing something playing out. Even though ultimately it still is that. Oh, okay. See, I said someone's probably already doing this thing. That's interesting, Zell. With a companion app that runs in a browser, nice. What's COTL? Coddle. What's that? Oh, Cult of the Lamb. I'm an idiot. I'm stupid. It is really, it's a pretty fantastic game. super fucking polished. I never did finish it, though. That's not unusual for me. Yeah, maybe so, maybe. You know, it's funny, it's like, I fantasize so much about, like, working on a cool project with other people, but, like, not knowing how to, like, where to even begin with that. I think I always had this kind of stupid mentality of hoping that someone would find me one day and be like, you! We need you for our cool indie game. I don't know why I didn't really think that, but you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It never surpassed being something that I just sort of fantasized about. But, yeah, it might be cool to... If I end up getting further down that road, maybe that's something we could talk about. Bart does make cool indie games. This is true. This is true. Ah, yes. I now remember what's wrong with the fantasy. There's your problem. Hey, Nin, I just saw your suggestion in the Discord there. I think that's something that would be more possible after I try this context map approach. Because the thing with the context map approach that seems like it's going to be better is that I'll be able to sort of inject other considerations into the choices that the AI is making more easily. Like more smoothly. I'll be able to merge other things together. Like I should still be able to use the flocking for the monsters, for example. But I'll probably just use the separation and feed that into the context map. But I'll also be able to more easily involve, like, collision and whatever. So in the same case, I think I'm gonna use the same thing for the player. And then I'd be able to inject in, like, different parameters if, like, I wanted to let you guys make the player more aggressive. So then it would pump up some of, like, you know, approaching the monsters. It would be more aggressive about doing that. And it would just be, there would be more knobs to twiddle that would matter more. Whereas right now with the thing that I built, it's more mysterious, which is not a great design. You don't really want a lot of mystery in your design. Kind of makes it hard to work with. Oh yeah, no, I know. I know, Bart. I know. I wasn't saying that I was expecting indies to, like, somebody to come along and bankroll me. It was that, oh yeah, I have a day job, and that's the problem. It's like I have to have the day job. Otherwise, I could just lose myself in working on stuff like this all the time. Oh, you were probably responding to him. But yeah. I guess I wasn't really, like, I don't know. I didn't really have a game plan for how to tour this. And then we went into the HUD and we walked through all that nightmare code, and then I just started feeling awful. I could talk about power-ups a little bit. Power-ups are funny because they're like the simplest of everything. Like, so I just have like a power-ups main class, right? This is, so in the HUD, all the stuff where I was talking about that it's asking the power-ups, how many slots are you, blah, 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 blah. This is where all that is. So I have like a main power-ups group, or class, that sort of maintains. I always think everything I do is bad, Bart. It's an inherent problem that I have. Oh, but also, let's do this. Let's also hit tab first. There we go. Let's write that. So I have a main class for power-ups. And this was a refactor. So this, I set out to just be as simple as possible with the refactor. So power-ups is just like a real simple class. This is where spawning power-ups is handled. So when we choose our level, and then it says like we're adding this power-up. This is what's called. We just spawn it in with its config. Oh, that'll be fun. I should show you guys. Well, we'll get down there. But basically, we pass in a config. So every power-up is a config, which has been nice for just like being able to easily expand. If I want to add another power-up, I just have to add a config, which is lovely. I have some methods on the class for like just simple, how many slots are used, how many slots are free, get all the slots, get slot by config, get inactive slots, which is, get inactive slots, get active slots, get active not max level slots. And then this is just passing the update chain down the line. So we pass the update down into each slot. So every power-up that's slotted has an update, has access to update. And then the power-up class itself, which just handles some stuff that's like global to every single power-up, has these things. When we create the power-up, we have to determine which power-up it is, because they all have their own class, so that's what this is doing. We set some defaults, so, level 1. We set the tick and the delay for action. We have a method for leveling them up. Getting the index of the level, getting the human readable number for the level, set level by human number, set level by index, get max level index. I went a little crazy with the methods on this. Don't at me. And then the update in the main power-up class is the one that says, hey, what's your, how often do you do actions? And then that happens here. So the main power-up class is the one that's going, okay, we're doing our thing now. And that's the same clock that's used for showing the cooldown on the slots. And that's just on every power-up, so that's pretty handy. And then here's the power-ups config. And it's just a big object with a bunch of configs in it. So this is where all of this data is coming from. So this is how every power-up is defined. It's just, what type of class is it? What type of thing are you? Are you active or not? So these are updated during the runtime too. So once one becomes active, it's set to active. What is its sprite? So what's representing it in the game? What is its icon? What's representing it in the slot or in the level up dialog or wherever it's used? What's it called? What's its description? These are reusable objects, so those are what are set up in the HUD for each slot, and then they are referenced here once we set this power-up to a power-up slot to reference those and reuse those objects, right? Show cooldowns or not. So cooldowns are not relevant for every single thing, right? Particularly for power-ups, there's not a lot of action happening, right? There's something that's just set. So, like in the case of Chalice here, cooldowns is false. Chalice is just like a new state. It's just adding a bonus to the amount of luck that the player has. But in the case of the Coecake is firing every however much amount of time, whatever's set on the config. So in that case, show cooldowns would be true, and then the slot reflects the cooldown with the animation. It starts at level 1, and then the levels are defined, you know, and these are unique to the power-ups. So in the case of Chalice, for instance, it's called level 1, it's 10% luck, quantity. The quantity varies on context of like what is the power-up. So the quantity in this case would be like the amount of bonus, so it's 10%. And then delay, this is actually vestigial. It's irrelevant here because it doesn't have a cooldown. So there really isn't any need for that. And it could just be deleted, actually, because I don't think it's being used. So if we go back to, like, Cake. So the differences here is show cooldown's true. And then the delay is relevant here. So every 1 second, Cake is performing an action. It's adding, you know, 0.2% of the player's total hit points in regen. So it's giving the player 0.2% health every second. And then 0.4% or plus 0.2% from what it was. Yada, 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 yada. So in this case, delay is actually relevant. All of the settings here are relevant to Cake. And weapons are set up very much the same way. So then for damn. Please hold while we load the entire library for our preview. There is a timeout. I need to turn it down, I think. Timeout, too big. Keep doing this to myself. Just to be safe. So look, I don't even need to open these because they all fit in the preview. Almost all. So like armor, for instance, once you have the armor power up, all it's doing is just saying this.player.stats.defense.bonus and then setting it to whatever the power up provides. So the player is, when it levels up, it's already taking bonuses into account. Oh, is it covered by the game? Arrgh. Sorry. The player, when leveling up, is already taking bonuses into account. They just are 0 to start with, right? So once you get this power up, you're now going to have the bonus amount that this power up provides for defense. So when the player is calculating its stats, the bonus is going to now be 0. Blah, 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 whatever, right? Clone is more complicated because clone is actually displaying sprites and stuff like that. But it's still not super complicated. It's more than the preview can show. So like clone is doing, also hold on. Setting up some stuff. It uses multiple classes, right? So we have the clone class, and then here's the perform action. So every power up and every weapon has the perform action method, which is called by its originating sort of parent class. And then perform action is like just making sure that whatever the power-up or the weapon is doing, it's doing it on a clock. It's using its clock to do things. It's not just whenever it feels like. So perform action is essentially the tick. Like, boom, we're performing our action. We're doing it again. And we're doing it again. And we're doing it again. So clone is it's just getting the player position. It's pulling a clone out of the clone pool, which is in the clones class, which we're creating in the constructor there. And then we're enabling it. We are sending it on its way. So the clones class is just a pool. And the reason I use a pool is just because I don't super need it because there's only 3 clones. But if I want to do something wild, I could. I could spawn a whole shitload of clones for some reason. And maybe that could be a cool effect in the future, or some sort of maybe wild upgrade. Or maybe you get like a one-off crazy version of a thing. Anyway, I could spawn a whole bunch and it would be fine. And then clone sprite is the actual each individual clone. So this is the thing that's created by the pool, and this is the actual clone itself. So like begin journey is picking a random direction and saying, hey, set your velocity in that direction, and get the fuck out of here. So, and then there's I'm using a phaser built-in timer here for whatever the lifespan is in the config for this level. Stay alive that long, and then when you're done, end your journey. So ending the journey is just a tween where the clone is animated fading away and then disabled. So basically return to the pool for use again in the future on the next clone. And then pre-update is another. Pre-update is it's a update method at a different time. It's something that Phaser provides. There's like pre-update, update, and post-update. Pre-update is just obviously what it says it is, and it's on sprite classes. So if you extend off of the sprite class, it's available to use. And all we're doing there is set depth is just making sure that it appears like if it's in front of, like if it's lower down the screen than a certain monster, it should be in front of it. If it's higher up the screen from a certain monster, it should be behind it. That's all depth is. It's just sort of like layer. It's kind of like Z index or something like that. And then handle facing. So which way are you moving? You should be facing the direction you're moving. That's it for clone. That's all that's happening there. But the rest of these, I think, are all very simple. Chalice, it's just setting a stat. Cake is a little bit more involved because it has to do some calculation every time, right? It has to find out what's the current max health. We want to give the player a percentage of that, set that on the player's, like add that to the player's health. Please? Oh, right. Teleport. Teleport's maybe more involved. Teleport's got a lot going on. I even wrote out a special, like, have I done all these things? Yeah, a lot more going on here. So we have a method for figuring out where the hell we're even going. We turn off the player's AI. We stop the player from moving. We make the player invincible. It's literally like I deterministically went through the list, and each of these things is something that's in the list. We make the player not targetable. I forget what items pause does. That's probably referring actually to slotted like power-ups and weapons. We tell the camera to stop following the player. We play the sound. We animate the player disappearing, and then we hold for 200 milliseconds. And then after this completes, we then move the player. So we reset the body at a different location. We pan the camera to that location. We wait for 1 second. We play the sound of like the ending teleport sound. Why is this happening at this point? So this is the disappearing. We have disappeared. Oh! I remember what's happening. This is the telefragging. So we get a bounding box around the destination. We ask the quad tree, hey, give me all the monsters in this bounding box, and then damage them based off of the player's stats. So this.player.calculate damage is basically something that we say, this is how much damage we want to do. Now run this through all the stats and see if it changes at all. So it's not just going to be 100. It's going to be It's going to be the training power up is going to affect that. There might be other things that affect that. Damage that crit, true. Yep, it's always critical. It's always critical. That's what determines that. That puts a bonus on top and changes the color of the damage text. And then we apply that damage to all the monsters that we got from the bounding box. More often than not, that's going to kill them all, but we don't care because this is the method handles that. And then we animate the player returning to view. And reset everything again back to normal. As far as get destination goes, we get, let's see, we get the maximum distance we can teleport from the power up itself. We get the player's position, and then we calculate a bounding box around the player. I have some debug stuff to draw that when it was being real weird, and then I fixed things. It's currently disabled, so that doesn't happen. We ask the world for its collision layer, and we get the tiles out of that. And we... the spawnable tiles are also in the collision layer, which is like... It's called the collision layer. There's other things in there than collision tiles. Yada, yada, yada. There is a chance that you don't kill the monsters that you land on if they're really high HP. So the likeliest case is that only mini bosses could survive being telefragged. But even then, I would say it's unlikely. So we get we get the tiles from the collision layer, and then we filtered those for the tiles that are marked spawnable. And then we randomly pick one. So we're getting only the tiles where it's actually safe to spawn inside of the bounding box. Basically the maximum distance that we are allowed to teleport right now. And then I'm spitting out a bunch of debug stuff, probably because I had a lot of problems. And then I'm working out what the exact center... Oh, no, this was still just for drawing debug. But then eventually I returned the center point of the spawnable tile. And that's how teleport works. Neat, right? And I think that's the only other complicated... I keep saying that. Chalice, just a stat. Training is just a stat. Librarian is just a stat. And Life Potion is just a stat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, the power-ups feel the most clean out of everything. Technically, weapons are also... They were part of the same refactor, and I set them up to work similarly, but there's so much more going on with weapons, and I just feel like it's a lot more unclean overall. You'll see it's very similar in the setup. Same thing with the slots, except in this case you start with the sword. But you could start with any of those weapons. I just have to uncomment them. What's up, Pandora? Spawn weapon is the same. Free slots, all the same methods, but for weapons. There is some repeating myself in this. But I feel like there's separate concerns, and I wanted to keep them separate, even though there's a lot of duplication. I could just have like a slots class, right? Or an items class or something like that, but I don't know. I feel better with them being just separate. But it does mean if I need to make any overhauling changes to the weapons class, I probably have to make them to the power-ups class too in the same way, which is always feels wrong. Oh, also, standard procedure. This is new. I've been trying to like eliminate the weird habits of formatting that I've had and just use what the language server says. Just Just format this for me, please. I do not care. Same stuff here. You know, we have the classes of things. We have to load the right class for the particular weapon. Level up handling, all that stuff's the same. Updates the same. Same deal. Like I said, we're doing a perform action. It's based off of the clock associated with the config, so it's just always a tick, tick, you know, sword, 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 whatever. Thanks, Pandora. And then that config very similar to the power-ups config, right? It's not at all different. Just different values. Like in the case of the sword here, there's a damage value, which is not obviously on the power-ups because they don't do damage except for the teleport. And the teleport one is kind of a special case. But other than that, I mean, basically the same. Everything about a weapon is contained here. Its sprite, its icon, its descriptions, its levels, its cooldowns, and all of the weapons have a cooldown. Currently, anyway. Whoops. So, like, in the case of Coestar, there's probably a bunch of garbage in here. Similar setup to the way that I did the clones, right? So it's got sort of a parent class of Coestar, but it's creating another class called Arrows. And then there's also going to be Arrow Sprite. And then there's Bow Sprite. So here's perform action. This bow start. Bow is the Bow Sprite. So that's what's triggering the animation for the bow, where it's starting and then it rotates up. And then after a second, we say, based off of whatever the current level quantity is, -1, we're going to repeat that. Wait. This doesn't seem right. So bow start, we wait 1 second. Then, why are we delaying 6? Oh, is that just for funsies? No, wait. I might have reused something here that just doesn't do anything, ultimately. This is repeating quantity amount of times. And it's delaying... Oh, I know what I'm doing here, I think. Because we're waiting 6 milliseconds. We're waiting 6 milliseconds between each of these. So between each repeat... Waiting 6 milliseconds. So there's 6 milliseconds between each arrow. So that's, I guess, just to give it a little visual flavor instead of them all dropping together. This is to offset them. I'm not really a comments guy. Maybe a comment here would be nice since this confused me so much. Oh, shoot. Did I? Wait. That was a weird indent. Did I do this? Not that. I didn't do that. Okay. That's why. Cool. There we go. We've done it. So I use a pool. That's the arrows class that I mentioned. So we're reusing objects there, so that we don't end up with 1 million, because the arrows are happening whatever the cooldown is, right? It's a few seconds between each volley of arrows, and when you're maxed out, that's 120 arrows. So very rapidly, you would end up with a absolutely disgusting number of objects in memory. So we're using a pool. So we get first dead. Dead is just like inactive objects that aren't doing anything. They're not on screen right now or whatever. They're not active. So we get the first dead for that arrow, for this arrow. Arrow dot weapon equals this weapon. That's just a reference to Coestar, I think. And then approach target. Approach target is we pick the destination and the arrow needs to travel from wherever it's starting to that, which is going to be somewhere on the ground. Bow sprite. This is the bow. All of this is basically just positioning the bow and rotating it and displaying it next to the player, blah, blah. So we need the player's position. We need to make it visible, and we need this for some reason, probably. We use a tween to rotate the bow, so we're rotating around a point. So we're rotating the bow up so it goes over the player's head. It looks like the player is firing the arrow. I believe an arrow moves with it as well. There's an arrow that's actually fired. Yeah. Arrow fired. Yeah, that's what's happening. Yep. So the bow and an arrow are displayed and rotated together, and then the arrow itself is fired straight up. We set the depth to 99,999, so it's on top of everything. And then we say, hey, accelerate to off screen. And then after a second, because it's definitely going to be gone by this point, we make it invisible. We make the bow not visible. We make the arrow not visible, and we tell the arrow, hey, stop it. And then we do some update stuff, because the player's moving around, so the bow needs to follow the player around. It needs to also match the depth of the player, but be in front of the player. Similar stuff for the arrow here. And yeah, if the arrow hasn't been fired yet, you also need to keep updating your position until then. Arrows, that's that pool I was talking about. So this is just a pool that the arrows are contained in and pulled from when we need more arrows. And then arrow sprite is the actual damn arrows, finally. Each individual arrow. This is a class for those. Bunch of default stuff set up here. The arrow image itself is actually not like made very well, and I didn't want to change it, so instead I just sort of set a bunch of bullshit on it to try to rotate it in the direction I want it to be facing so it looks correct. Don't fucking at me. We get a point inside the camera, so any point inside the camera, we do not care. I think in the future I will care. There's this thing where arrows will land like in the void, and it feels weird. I don't like that. So I'll probably change this to be like valid points inside camera. Like, I don't know, something like that. Approach target was mentioned earlier. This is what makes the arrow actually travel towards the point inside the camera, or basically look like it's hitting the ground somewhere. That's all this is. Using a built-in accelerate to move towards whatever point we've determined over a particular speed. Complete attack is what actually does damage. So approach target. I think somewhere later on in the update, we are checking to see if we've arrived at our destination. If we have, then we set then we complete attack. I think that's a little later on. That's why we haven't seen that yet, because it's an update thing. But once we're completing the attack, we say, hey, this is attacking. We have a 50 millisecond wait, just for a little flavor. And then we get the bounds. So the bounds is going to be the hitbox of the arrow. We get the hitbox. We create this data structure, and we use that to query the monster's quad tree. So, hey, anything that's overlapping with this bounding box, please give. And then over that list, we go over it, and we add those monsters to our attack queue. And then we iterate over that. And if there is something, if there's an object here, which there should be, we damage that based off of the damage in the config for this weapon. And then we're done attacking. We clear the attack queue, and then we animate the arrow fading away. And disable it so that it goes back into the pool for reuse in the future. And then I have some supporting methods. Add to attack queue if this is attacking. Push it onto the queue. If there was an object, blah, blah. Some of this stuff might not be used because I did some refactoring, and I don't know if I cleaned everything up. Clear attack queue. This seems highly unnecessary. What a thing that is. And then here's the update thing I was talking about. So if we haven't arrived, and the y coordinate of this is greater than or equal to the y coordinate of our target. So greater than the canvas is the 0, 0 is top left. Okay, so if the y position of this arrow is equal to or greater than, in other words, lower down than the target that we're aiming for, we have arrived. So then we update our depth to our actual position, right? So it was set higher than everything because we want the arrow to be on top of everything. It's coming from the sky. But now that it's landed, now it needs to respect the sort of depth layer that it's at. So if there's monsters in front of it, they should be in front of it. We say has arrived true. We stop that body. And then complete the attack, which actually does the hitbox checking damage, all that. So that's all the weapons are going to kind of operate similarly to that. Right? They basically are going to be asking the quad tree, hey, is anything overlapping with me? Please hurt the things that are overlapping with me. Is that stuff making sense? Is this still interesting in any way? I don't know what's happening. Vinyl is very similar. It uses a pool for the vinyls. The difference with the case of vinyl is like it's a moving hitbox that's damaging stuff, right? So that's more where the attack queue comes in. 100% Dev. Not my intent. But it is how it works. You have understood how it works. I definitely have some issues in that area. So that's not, it's different from how everything else works, right? Because it needs to be above things until it doesn't, in a way that's different from like things that are always on the ground. So I just haven't thought through how that should work. In the case of monsters are things that are standing on the ground, so I can just always update their depth and it will always look correct. But in the case of an arrow, I can't always update its depth to its current Y because then it will look like it's sliding across the ground. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I tried that and it didn't do it. I really feel like I had that epiphany at one point and tried it, and something else was wrong. I don't know. You're probably right, Dev. And I didn't, it's one of those things where I probably didn't revisit it again. Because Yosh has the same problem. There's also a problem with my my collision, like my tile map layers, where the stuff that's in front, I do the same. I just lazily set it to 99,000, And that's not correct, because you can have sometimes things that are actually in front of those elements. So, but yeah, I mean, I'll test it out. I could test it out now. So if I bring the game back here. All right. So let's do, let's go to, what are we doing? Are we still in? Yeah, we're in Coestar here, right? So let's just do this. So this dot set depth. I'm not going to change anything else. It's going to end up with redundant things, but fuck it. So this dot target dot y. And we'll save that. And then oh right. SPF weapons. Then let's, there we go. Do this. We'll do that. And then let's see what that do. So keep an eye on the arrows. Or it will crash. Let's see why it crashed. It's not unless unless oh shit, you might be right. I'll take a look, Nin. Yeah, I think it's what Dav said, but hold on. I now have to figure out why it's crashing. One moment, please. One moment. The interesting thing for this is if it crashes when it's running in OBS, I have to load up a special... there's a thing to like look into browser sources, dev tools. So let me find that real quick. Is this the thing? It is. Cannot read properties of undefined reading Y. Okay, so we're trying to probably read that before it exists. Makes sense. That sounds right. Actually. Yeah, so if this has not arrived and this dot Y, yeah, so this is only after it's past its target that this runs. So we're fine here. It would not be overridden. But we don't actually have anything for this yet. So let's do this. Oh, is this? I think it's undefined. So I got to do... Got to do a bit of that. Whoop. I'm still a little slow with Vim. You have to forgive me. Am I stupid? What did I do here? Arrow sprite pre-update. Cannot read properties of undefined. Yeah. If type of this target does not equal undefined. This Is it because it's trying to read it? It can't even do that for me. Yeah, it can't do that for me. I can do... That probably is what I need. Yeah, target is undefined. Yeah, the target question mark probably would be the answer. This probably is also a possible answer. It was. Let me turn off that as well. Might take a minute for us to see a good enough... Seems good. Now, it will appear underneath of things like the roofs of those buildings and whatever else, or like the trees. But that's because that's a separate consideration. Like, I need to just do that better for those tiles. Rather than having them all set to basically in outer space. They are quite fast, so it's like a detail that's just not easy to see. There they were landing in that void there. There's been a few times where I've caught them doing what we were setting out to do, and I think it does look good. Yeah. It's looking good. Like, they are in front of the ones they need to be in front of. Basically, all the way until they touch down, which is all it's supposed to be, right? Yeah, I think it's looking good. Yeah, now that we've confirmed that it's looking fine, then I can just, we don't need to do this here. So I can just go. And then this is being overridden as well. No. Not this, actually. That's the special one. That's the one we're shooting. This can just be that. It doesn't need to be special beyond that. Well, I mean, the arrow is special, so it makes sense. It's fine. That's also fine. That's the bow. Yep. Okay, so this is technically being overridden. And this is when they're off screen anyway. I mean, I guess it just it doesn't super matter because it's like it's just irrelevant essentially at this point. Yeah, Yosh would be one that you could really see this, the effect of this. Wait, did I write this out? I think I did. Yeah. You know what? I'm just gonna get rid of that. Otherwise, it'll just be there forever, and then one day I'll come back and I'll be like, "Why is this commented on? Why is this here?" What are we? Where are we? no sprite. Okay, so go away. Go away. And then... Okay, if this target and type of this dot target is not equal undefined. So this was missing from the arrows. That means right here. Oh, also. Do that real quick. And then, right here we can do this. Set depth. This dot target dot y. I'm a little bit too fat-fingered for Vim sometimes, I think. That's probably one of my biggest problems. I'm just like doing commands. I have no idea what I've done because I'm hitting wrong keys left, right, and center. Yeah. And then we'll go back to weapons. And do that. Do that. It is redundant, yeah. I really feel like I had tried this at some point in the past, and it didn't just magically solve my problem, but I don't remember why now. Yeah, sometimes you just, who knows? There may have been a time where I wasn't sure if it was starting undefined or if it was starting null. You know what I'm saying? And I just did that. It's probably what happened there. I can fix it now, though. Not getting quite the best examples. Oh, that looked pretty good. That looked right. It looked like it fell into a group. The way that it should. Yeah, we toenailed it. Stopped it. Yeah, I think it's looking pretty alright. Now, they, again, are going to have that same problem with the tiles in the sky. So it'll look like it's passing under the roof. The reason I keep saying that is because when the depths were set in the sky, then they always look like they were above those tiles. But now they're going to look like they're passing under them. Like, they're going to look like they're passing under the tips of the gravestones there. Basically, any tile that is supposed to be above is not set up correctly, so that's going to be an ongoing issue until I fix that. I also want there to be more effects when those drop down. Right now, they just hit and instantly disappear, which is not really what I want. So I'm going to add effects to that. Maybe have them fade away instead of instantly. Yeah, or poof. Yeah, poof would be nice to cover their disappearance. I want to have a sort of like effects pool, I'm thinking, along those lines. But I think I'm going to have to write my own pool in that case. Probably something like a... what is it called? Like a ring array or a ring buffer? Because Phaser provides pools, but only for its own objects. Unless, I guess, I mean, effects are probably mostly going to be sprites. I could just use a sprite pool. That'd probably be fine. Ooh, a bone crunch, yeah. Yeah, a lot of the things don't actually make sounds right now, right? There's hit sounds for the monsters getting hit, and the sword makes a sound, but I think almost nothing else... teleport makes a sound. Everything else doesn't make any sound. There's no, like, twang of a bow when the arrows are shot. So there's a lot to do there. There's a lot of polish that's missing. So that's stuff I don't know how to do, Dev. I'm sure it's possible to do, but I don't know. Like, there's one effect... So I don't really know any, like, shader style, shader programming type stuff. So for instance, one of the things that I could not figure out how they were doing in Vampire Survivors was this thing when the monsters die where they split into little pieces and fade away. It's sort of like a, it's like an endgame effect, or not endgame, Infinity War effect. You know what I'm talking about? That's how the monsters die in Vampire Survivors. They like disintegrate. I have no clue how to do that. I'm assuming it's some sort of a shader. So that seemed like, you know what? I should probably let that one go. I would love to replicate that effect, but I have no idea how. So I'm going to move on with my life. And instead, I'm going to have them fall over when they die. So yeah. Shaders are possible to use in Phaser. It supports shaders. I don't even know where to begin with that stuff. Yeah, they all fall over like an old person. Ah, my hip. They literally just rotate away from the player when they die. But yeah, that was a nice, easy fix for Yosh and the arrows there. Just fix the depth thing. Not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad. It's always nice to have an easy W. How are the tiles applied to the map? Oh, yeah, we never did look at that module. So, let's go ahead and look at that. So this is the world class. So the way that this works is maps are... I make maps in Tiled, which is a standalone application for building tile-based maps. And that outputs basically a giant JSON file, and Phaser supports that format, so it can read a map config that's exported from Tile. And then the way that we load the maps in is by bringing in their layers, right? So this is generalized stuff here, like how big is the map, width and height. Set the bounds for physics. Set tile set images. So this is like general stuff that's applicable to every map, right? So this tile set is on every map. Every map is going to be a tile map object. And then if we pop down here, I have built methods for each different kind of map. So this is for the debug map. It has a bottom layer, it has a collision layer. I load those, or create those layers, and load the tile map that is relevant for that layer. So in this case, just grid, which is a global one. Layer collision has, we set the collision for the tiles that have collides true. And we set that invisible. So I can just draw collision, which is nice. Just draw it in tiled. If we have debug map collision true, then we make it actually visible. And we store an array that has all the spawnable tiles in it at the time that we create the world, rather than having to do that every time we want to know which tiles are spawnable. And these are all going to be relatively the same. I have a small debug map. That's just really not different code. But then for our main map here, the cemetery, there's a lot of layers. There's a terrain layer. Well, actually, these are maps. So these are like atlases or images that have all of the tiles in them. And then there's a bunch of layers. So there's bottom 1, bottom 2, props, middle, bottom, middle, top. So props are going to be like the buildings, the trees, the graves. And here's your problem. Here's your problem right there. You got your problem there? See, that's your problem. So in actuality, what needs to happen is not this. Quite obviously. I need to iterate over the tiles on this particular layer and set their Y depth to. So you have to. Okay, so the depth needs to be based off of world pixels, not tile coordinates, right? So I have to iterate over each tile, convert its tile coordinate to world XY. Well, just world Y, and then set its depth to that Y. Right? But with an offset, because if this is something where I want it to be above... See, this is where I get confused, right? Because it's not where it actually is. It's raised up. So it's like the roof of a building, right? How far offset is that? Is that like a calculatable thing? It seems hard-coded to me. Because some things are higher than others. How do I know how high they are? How high are tree branches versus how high a building roof is? I'm gonna have to just try to do this one time, fuck it up, and then figure out how I'm fucking up. I think that's just basically what I'm gonna have to do there. But that's how that works. No, well, grave dirt is gonna be in like layer bottom 1 or 2. The depth does not matter on these. These are the ground. I could do sprites, but right now, they're all tiles. The props are all made out of tiles right now. I'm not doing any sprites at the moment. And one thing that's a little bit annoying is that Phaser doesn't support animated tiles out of the box. Which makes me sad. So to support that, I'm going to have to either use like a plugin or roll my own. Something along those lines. Yeah, all of these layers are collections of tiles. So I use bottom 1 and bottom 2 for ground stuff, so I can have like one layer of ground and then have like another layer on top of that for like, you know, leaves, just stuff that's flat on the ground, but I can have some layers to it. I can use transparent tiles, you know, to kind of blend things together. Is there a way to check if the tile below it is on the same layer? I think so, Chloe. I just haven't done it yet. So I don't know how painful it's going to be, or if a plugin would be, like, just better. I don't know. I'm going to find out. Ah. Not automatically, I don't think, BFA. Not without some serious assumptions. Because what's on... So, we have props bottom, props middle, props top, right? Props bottom are actually things that are also on the ground. These are confusingly named, but basically props bottom is stuff like little pebbles and things like that. They're props, but they actually don't rise to being in front of or colliding or anything like that. Yeah, flat stuff. Props middle would be like tree trunks. So those are extending up out of the ground. And so then that's going to be like, maybe it's 2 tiles, maybe it's 4 tiles if it's wide, right? Something like that. So there's already some variance there. And then props top is going to be where like the branches are or the roof or whatever. And again, like the branches of a tree is going to be a really very different set of and amount of tiles from the trunk. Because it could be like, if the trunk is 2 tiles stacked, right? It's narrow. The branches might be like 3 tiles wide. So just checking below doesn't really help you. And you'll end up with a weirdness, yeah? So I'm not sure an automated approach there makes sense. Not without maybe some other data. Like I could certainly put, like I have collides and I have spawnable, right? Those are properties that are actually on tiles. I could put more properties on with different values to like maybe associate things. Like I could do, maybe I could just do a height. So it could be a variable thing, but I'd have to set that on every one of those tiles. But I could make it a variable thing that's in the map data rather than like hard coding things in the code, which probably is better. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of, it's hard coding at the end of the day either way. Oh gosh, yeah, I didn't realize what time it was. We've been at this, haven't we? I was planning on streaming, but then we, I thought this would just be sort of a fun little afternoon stream, and I didn't plan on actually going this long. I didn't think about it at all. Classic mistake. I've also been talking a lot, so my throat is starting to feel like shit. So to be honest, I don't know. It might be a wiser idea to not. I don't know. Yeah, for real. Can very easily get lost in this stuff. But yeah, for a first pass, I will probably just iterate over each tile and just convert its Y coordinate into world pixels and just see what happens. And then maybe the companion thing to that will be to add properties to the tiles that are supposed to be up in the air and look for that and use that. So basically like this Y plus Y offset to represent like how high in the air it's supposed to be. It's probably going to be the answer I'm going to go with, I would imagine. But that's what's missing there. That's why there's some issues with how the sprites work with the map. This is the missing piece. Any other questions or thoughts as we've gone through here? There hasn't really been any code reviews per se. That wasn't necessarily. I'm not expecting anything of anybody. But I guess I don't know. I think because of my own dim view of how I write things, I was expecting more code criticism. But that's also okay not to have that too. But I am wondering. about it. This is basically the full game right here. Does it sort them by the length of the... Because it looks like it does. Huh. Also, one thing that's really nice, I really like having this. So I've got this little grep doodly-doo. So, like, I can do, what would be a common thing? I don't know. I have a overlaps function. It's actually probably not that common, but I could search everywhere for that. Cool, it's working perfectly. Absolutely nailed it. Maybe that's not what it's called. Great example, me. What's a more common thing that I have in here? Update. There we go. Look at this. Line numbers and everything. Look at that. Ah. Also, did I show you? I think I showed you guys diff view, right? But I didn't have a lot going on. Whoops. That's not what I wanted. Oh, this is not that. Let's quit out. Oh, yeah. Let's quit this too. Where are we? Over here? Perfect. So vim dot, and then I can do diff. Yeah, let's do video. Isn't that nice? I'm so happy with this stuff. Holding back because it's all nits. Yeah, that's an interesting point, Chloe. That's something definitely to take a closer look at. Thank you. You mean something like this, right? Because we might not even have anything. So really I could blow this up into more of a conditional. Yeah, I think I agree with that, Zell. For sure. Like, I've had don't repeat yourself hammered into my head, but at the same time, I have also burned myself with, like, trying to adhere too closely to such paradigms and things. And so I've learned to sort of not be quite so strict about stuff and just play it by ear. Yeah, I think that's a good change to make, Chloe, for sure. Yeah. Agree, agree, and agree. So yeah, I'm not sure if there's anything else of particular interest to show. I didn't really talk about the tree, which was a pretty big, a really big thing in the difference of the performance of the game, right? But remember when I was talking about quad trees nonstop? There it is. So now this is something where I'm still kind of fucking around. Hold on. Just trying to finish off this bagel. Because this is kind of a weird thing in some sense that I'm doing here. The point of the quad tree was to improve performance, because we were iterating over every monster, every frame for lots of different tasks. Like whenever we were checking for overlaps or we were checking for attacking or anything, we'd have to like, or getting the closest one, I was having to iterate over the entire monster group. This is a recent change. It's not actually in it's not in the version that is being used on stream currently, but I've been testing out just getting all. So I was using, this is happening every frame still, what you're seeing here, but it's different than how it was. So every frame I was doing this .get matching. This is the monsters arcade sprite group. Okay, so I was running a method on that, a phaser provided one, to get all the children that have the property active true. The reason I was testing swapping that out is because the way that works is that method iterates over every object in the group, all of the children, and then it maps. So it's making another array. So it's like twice as bad, right? It creates a map of the ones that have the active set to true. So it's iterating over them all, and it's creating a map. It's copying the array, making a new array, I guess I should say. But I was thinking about it, and I was like, do I even care if they're active or not? I'm not sure. Or, more actually, at this point, do I care if they're active? Maybe I don't. Maybe it would be faster to just get them all, and then check if they're active later, where I'm using them. Anyway, I'm getting some list of monsters, and then every frame, and then I am building the quad tree over again from scratch every frame. Yeah, what Food says. Before, I was going over every monster multiple times per frame, so now I'm only doing it once per frame. But I am going over all of them once per frame to then generate the tree. Now, I'm doing that every frame because, in my mind, well, I'm not terribly worried about it at this point because the performance is massively improved, right? I can have 700 monsters, which arguably is more than enough monsters on screen at the same time. On the stream PC, it's maintaining 60 frames per second. That's probably fine. That's probably going to be fine for a long time. I probably don't even need that many monsters. So this is probably about as optimal as it needs to be, but anyway. So right here, every frame, I am overriding the tree variable. I am recreating the quad tree. So that is a phaser object. So I'm doing new phaser structs R tree. They call it R tree because that's the name of It's actually a library that was brought into Phaser. Somebody else made. It's actually on GitHub. And it's called R-Tree. But it's just quad tree. And then we iterate over. So really, this is our second iteration, right? We're doing get children. I don't know if get children iterates. I think it's already got a list. So I think that getting the active, or it's not active, but getting the children probably isn't iterating over everything, but I am iterating over everything to generate the tree. So I get the bounds of each monster, and then I do this .tree.insert with the bounds and the monster object. And we're building the tree. Yeah, it seemed like updating their positions in the tree would be way harder and possibly less performant than just throwing out the tree. So that's it. This here is it. After all that talk, that's it. I mean, obviously, it's partly because I'm using it built in here, so I didn't have to write my own tree builder and tree querier, which is not... I don't know. This library is supposed to be a really fast implementation or really good implementation of quad tree, I guess. So it's probably fine. I mean, I was interested enough to write it myself, but also I don't think it didn't seem like it was really necessary for me to write it myself. It didn't look particularly hard to do. But anyway, I'm sure the library is magical somehow. And who knows what optimizations perhaps the engine is providing me in this case that I just haven't dug into. Maybe it's very cool. That would be tough, Hobo, because I am using the pool features of the Phaser arcade group, right? So when monsters become inactive, they go back into the pool for reuse. So if I move them to another object, does that make a lot of sense? I mean, it feels like it would be harder to manage the pool. And the pool is the thing, like there was two things that were really screwing up performance in my game. One was iterating over all the monsters in a bad way, which the tree fixes. And then my monster pool was completely fucked up and did not work. I thought I had set it up correctly. I had not, and didn't do any debug to find out. And that was what was causing the massive hang and a lot of the later performance problems after a long run of the game, because it was creating millions of objects in memory. They just weren't, like, at the end of a round, millions of objects hanging out in memory. So the pool is preventing that from happening. Well, the parent is a game object, yeah. But the game object is, I'll pop up to the top here. Whoops. When did I do all that typing there? That's not what I wanted. So, the new monsters class is a Phaser Physics arcade group. Now, that's not going to mean a whole lot, but, I mean, you could look it up in the documentation if you wanted to, so that's what you would look up. The relevant stuff here is, like, max size. And then it's how you use the children. It's how you work with the children. So max size is how many monsters can this pool have at a maximum. And then class type is also used by the pool for, like, what type of object am I creating? Yeah, it was the group itself, right? Yeah, no, totally understand. I mean, it's, like, not clear when you're down in the muck of this by any stretch. The rest of this is all custom shit. Doesn't really have anything to do with anything. But if I go to monster, that's where the rest of it really... Oops. That's where the rest of it really comes into play here, where This is what the monster pool group is creating when I ask it for a monster, right? I'm asking it, hey, give me a monster. If you've already got one, great. If you don't already have one, make one. And then it has like the ability to either create a new one when it needs to or reuse one that's been deactivated, which makes sure that memory stays clean. We're not like just leaving piles of wreckage like when monsters are destroyed and then there's just objects everywhere that we're not using anymore. Because we have no control over when those things are garbage collected. The browser is in charge of that, and it just, who knows. I mean, what I've learned is it just doesn't give a fuck. And it'll just let everything go to hell. So the pool prevents that from happening. Create, blah, blah. Actually, this is all sort of outside of the pool's features, but this is relevant. So when the monster dies, well, at some point, oh, here it is. Kill and hide. So kill and hide deactivates that object and returns it to the pool. So that's a critical step, right? It needs to go back in the pool to be reused. So if I go back to like spawn monster here, which is on the new monsters class, the pool. So right here you can see monster. This.get. Okay, so this.get is a method of the group that will use the pool. So I say where I want it, what my config, and basically that's defining the texture. And then true there is saying, if there isn't one I can reuse, can I create one? True, sure, do it. But if there is one that can be reused, it'll just do that. So there you go. There you go, there you go, there you go. So those two things, the tree and then making sure the pool is working correctly, which is, you can actually see the pool in action in the debug modal there at the bottom. So under Monsters Pool, you can see the current length. So that's the size of the sort of ring buffer. Max size is just the settings, so 700. Active is how many objects in the pool are actually currently active. Inactive are ones that are still existing and inactive. So those ones are available to be used, right? And then used is how many objects have been used. Free is how much space is available still in the pool. So that's basically max size minus used. And then full, true or false. So that's the pool actually working there. And you can see it going as the game plays itself out. So as the player is killing monsters, they end up going into the inactive and free for use. Hey Dave, how goes? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. It has been, it's been the era of the rug. Ever since Mike brought up rugs yesterday. I am assuming this is related. Really? Nice. Oh, chat bought you a rug. Extra nice. Beautiful. Let's see this. Let's see this rug. That is a nice rug. That's a good looking rug. Is this outside? Or wait, where is this? Where is this rug? But yeah, it's a beautiful rug. Oh, it's in Turkey presently. Okay, okay. Gotcha, 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 gotcha. Yeah, look at the upsides. There's a rug involved here. But yeah, so presumably those of you who are interested in the pool have seen it working now. But yeah, any other thoughts or questions? I will say this like did tap me out. I think I might just take the eve for rest for the rest of the evening, perhaps. I guess I didn't really go too far into like how the player and the monsters actually work, like the player AI and stuff. Oh, I've done it again. I keep doing this. When's stand-ups? But I definitely appreciate the insights you guys have had, and now you have some idea of like what my logic has been in building this and so forth. I guess the only thing I was really wondering about was what people's takes were going to be on how I've structured everything, and because like I said before, a lot of this has sort of felt like just feeling around in the dark for me, and often feeling really unsure about how I've been approaching various aspects of this. Like game programming, I think whatever language is like, obviously I'm doing, this feels like game scripting, if we're real here, right? I'm not writing an engine. I'm not writing a renderer. And so it kind of feels like I'm just doing scripting on top of something, but it's fine. There's definitely still like game programming specific things going on there where you have to think about things in such a way. You know, I'm used to doing front-end web dev, so there's certainly similarities. But you're not like doing stuff in real time in the way that you do with game development and stuff like that. No, not bad, but just it's far from the metal, I guess. In terms of the, you know, what's really going on, I guess, in terms of what makes a game work. I don't know. I say shit sometimes and I don't even know what I mean. Yeah, it's very abstracted away. Yeah. Well, thank you. It takes me a long time to build up confidence, is what it is. I don't feel confident, especially when I'm like on my own, figuring stuff out. I don't have tons of confidence in what I've figured out. Unless I know that somebody who knows has looked at it and gone, yeah, it's fine. If that makes any sense. I have that sort of mentality, I guess. It's not different. Word. I have been mulling over the idea of possibly starting to try to do, like, maybe convert this to TypeScript. I have not done TypeScript yet, but I want to learn it at some point. And the rationale, maybe that sounds crazy, I don't know, but my thinking is, when I have looked at other languages and so forth, this weird thing has happened to me recently where I have noticed that I'll be looking at, like, and I've said this before, and I'm very scared of saying it because I feel like it sounds super blasphemous, but I've been seeing stuff like C++ or C or Rust or whatever, which are not languages I've ever written, and I'm like, this looks so much more like JavaScript than I expected. Which, please forgive me, but it's not like it doesn't look as intimidating as I have made it in my head, I guess. The similarities are closer than I expected. And I feel like if I were writing TypeScript, because of the typing, you know, like strict TypeScript, right? That's what it all looks like. Like that would help me to be more comfortable getting into other languages. Yeah. Well, I've always felt, I've always had the mentality of being, and I've said this before, like I'm somewhat syntax agnostic. Like I do focus more on the procedure of, like, you know, you're writing something that performs steps, that solves a problem. So the syntax is just sort of this surrounding, the syntax isn't what matters, it's the algorithm that matters. Oh yeah, I know of course that there are things that if you're JavaScript brained, you will not understand without doing some, like, pointers and memory management, and you have to understand underlying data structure stuff to do with algorithms. Like, you know, in JavaScript, an array is like not an array, right? It's not, you're there's a lot of invisible stuff happening that you're not doing when you are writing JavaScript, obviously. I know all that, right? I'm not manipulating the position of the actual bytes. So yeah. And honestly, yeah, I mean, there's been plenty of times where I've wished that I had more access to things, because I know that like that stuff is, I mean, JavaScript is doing browser stuff, so it is the way it is because of that. It's just numbers coerced to strings as property keys, right? Yeah. But yeah, so I've been kind of thinking that maybe that would be a good road to go down, is like get really used to TypeScript, because that would like kind of be a stepping stone towards being a little bit more, having a little bit more commonality with other things, and then maybe I'll start exploring, you know, C, C++, stuff like that, is what I've been thinking. I hope so. I think there's definitely some stuff I will seriously have to get used to, because there was the one time where you were kind of trying to guide me from chat, Zick. You're like, put TS, put strict in there, and you know, And then all of a sudden, it was really mad at me for everything I was doing, and I'm like, there's a lot of little things. It's not a lot of stuff. It doesn't look like it's a lot of stuff, but... Oh, there is one thing, though. So I can use strict to write it without having to compile, right? Or maybe that was the problem before. That might have been the issue before then. Maybe that's not the way to go. I might ask you about some stuff later, Zick, about maybe how I could approach this. Yeah. And that'll be fine. I mean, I'm expecting that to some degree. Just run TSC watch in a side terminal. Okay. Will do, man. Thank you. Yeah, try to resist any. That was the first thing I noticed. Was that the one time I messed with this at all. And it just kept yelling at me like, hey, this is any, and I hate you. I'm like, yes, I know, but like... I find that stuff funny more than anything, really. It's so funny when it's so funny to me when I turn something on that's like really strict and all of my code is just like just errors, and I'm like, that is correct. I did not write this with any plan. Yeah, I think Phaser is all... I think Phaser's TypeScript. I don't have it cloned down in here. I don't think looking at the distributed file is going to be worth our time. That's not going to be what it actually is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think Phaser is just generally very cool. I think it's easy to dismiss because it's a JavaScript game engine, but I think it's actually pretty damn good. Oh, okay, sorry. Oops. Sorry, I couldn't remember. Does it predate TypeScript, maybe? Might that be why? How old is TypeScript? That's gotta be old now. I don't know. 10 years? I think Phaser might be about that old. Some people just hate types. Yeah. 2012. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry. It's open source, Zick. Taking a look. Okay, wait. So this is TypeScript, but they... Huh? This stuff's pretty beyond me. Oh my god. These lines are so long. Jesus. declare, class, spine, container, extends, phaser, game objects, container, implements, phaser, game objects, components, alpha single, phaser, game objects, component, blend mode. It's going off of my monitor. Whenever I look at that stuff, man, it's so intimidating to look at. Those are declaration files. You write TypeScript. TSC splits the TS files into JS and .d.ts. C headers. Oh, okay. I mean, I don't... No, I'm saying, oh, okay, like I understand things, but it's like 1% understanding. I know about C headers-ish from my startup days. No, it's all good. I mean, I think that stuff, just because of the fact that, like, in terms of my programming experience, it's all been pretty surface level, you're probably not going to find a great explainer for me, right? I would say JavaScript is as far as I've really gone. I've done some Scala, but I don't know that that counts. That was very, a lot of copy and paste. I still wouldn't ever say that I actually knew Scala at any point, even though I did it for 10 years. Indeed it was. Indeed it was. Which was very cool to learn. I learned that after I got into Phaser and was playing around, and I found out, oh wow, Vampire Survivors is a fucking Phaser game? That's so cool. Right, right. See. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to do some like TypeScript for Babies tutorials so I can wrap my head around the sort of basic principles. I'll save that. I can spend 5 minutes on that. But I'll definitely look at some other things. I have some other stuff in mind as well. Probably do a course or two, something like that. I do kind of a wide net when I'm trying to learn something. I'll do videos, I'll do courses if I feel like I need something, whatever gets me there. But yeah, I think I will probably, like I said, take the evening to rest and recover as opposed to stream again. Unfortunately, I spent way more time on this than I intended to, but it's been cool. Any other, like, anything else that you guys want to, like, see or ask or whatever before I dip? Oh, thank you, Zig. I'll save that as well. Nice. System of a clown. Okay. This looks good, though. I like this. Cool, cool, cool. Thank you. Program a cool hat. If only I could, Dave. I wish I Wish I could do that for you. Hey, Mr. Bear. You always know when I'm trying to wrap up. You start the barks. Yeah, thanks, y'all. I hope this was interesting. And yeah, my next big mission for this, apart from various little bits of refactoring, is it's going to be digging into the context mapping. I really want to do that because I think that that's going to really give me a lot more flexibility for the AI, for the monsters and the player. I want the monsters to be able to navigate around collision. That's like number one. Please. I just want them to be able to get around trees and rocks. Just walk around the trees and rocks. And then, yeah, I think that'll let me do a lot more cool stuff. I think it'll let me do a lot more interesting behaviors too, which I'm excited about, right? And I think that'll be good for the player as well. The player will be able to have some different behaviors that are not, first of all, that fucking grid that I wrote, that I showed you guys it's insane. It is not efficient. So yeah, just I'm going to fix that. So no, he seems to be contextual about his Bork choices. But sometimes it is about just the time. So I don't know. He seems to have a pretty good internal sense of time. gotta get working on the hat rendering engine. It would be kind of fun to possibly do that, right? That could be a reward that you could redeem, would be to put a hat on a monster. And some of them, just some of the monsters will have hats that people have bought. Who knows? We could do anything we want. Anyway. Thank you all. I appreciate you. This was fun. We should do this more often. I feel like I'm not super great at actually doing, like, actually writing some stuff live. I always get, like, a little bit, like, stuck in the figuring out more so than when I'm just on my own doing it. But, at any rate, maybe we'll do some of that as we go as well. Just do some live programming of the game. But yeah. I will see y'all tomorrow. Have a beautiful night. Adios.